Well, well, well. It's Sunday. And today, we're taking a break from EU5. We've got our God run, which is going amazing. But, after the stream yesterday, YouTube was like, oh, why don't you check out your old video on the Rise of the Golden Idol? And I was like, yeah, okay. So I sat and watched it for a bit, and I was like, man, I loved this game. It was so effing good. And then I thought, weren't they doing DLC for that game? So I went to Steam, and it turns out there's 4 DLCs. Now, anyone who doesn't know what The Rise of the Golden Idol is, it's the sequel to The Case of the Golden Idol. And it's a really, really good detective game. Really good. And in The Case of the Golden Idol, the DLC was amazing. So I'm hoping that the DLC for this game will be just as good. We'll see, though. Now, I'm trying to remember what the plot was for The Rise of the Golden Idol. It was definitely to do with the Golden Idol and the rise of it, for sure. The Golden Idol is like an ancient device, I guess, that can do all sorts of stuff. Like it can transfer properties from one thing to another. So like it could absorb someone's memories and then put them in someone else, or it could absorb someone's age, like steal their years and give them to someone else. It's that kind of thing. And the way this game works is you have a bunch of different scenarios that like showcase the history of what's been happening with the Golden Idol, and you have to figure out what's happening in each scenario, and then they tell a story. It's very cool. Very, very cool. So we beat the regular game back in the day. I just want to briefly have a look to try and remember what the plot was. Because you had loads of stuff going on. We're not actually going to play the levels, but this will give us a lot of intel. There was people dying, that's for sure. This was like the start. Someone had died, and someone in prison was learning something. Then you had the weird cult. So a cult started rising up around the Golden Idol. It was like hippies and stuff, but they didn't really know what it did. I remember that much. Then you had, after the cult, that was the hippies. And then the scientists got their hands on it, and the scientists were actually figuring out what it did, and they were doing all sorts of experiments with it. And that was pretty cool. Now you might think that's the Golden Idol, but it's not. Then what happened next? There was a weird dance show, that's right. The Spiel dance. Where you had to learn like a dance language. But then how did it end? That's the real question. How did the Golden Idol rise? It had something to do with... Yeah, how did it end? I think it ended where the first game began. Oh shit, I didn't mean to go in here. Oh, I remember this level. This was like, where they were having a weird party and they were There was a guy who was transferring his consciousness into a hobo's body so that he could live longer. Yeah. It was very cool. But anyway, that didn't really tell me much about what was going on in the game. There's a lot going on story-wise. But DLC. We've got 4 of them. The Sins of New Wells. The Lemurian Phoenix. The Age of Restraint. And the Curse of the Last Reaper. Ooh. Exciting. I remember him. He was the detective who was going around trying to figure it out. In the main game. Let's jump into the Sins of New Wells. We'll do them in the order they came out. It just makes sense, eh? It just makes sense. So, Roy, how are you liking it here at 9th? As exciting as your old district? No, there were some strange things going on there, Cliff. Detective Samson Severe, we've got one for you. Hope you didn't speak too soon. He did speak too soon, for sure. Everything to do with the Golden Idol is strange. An old friend returns in The Sins of New Wells, in which a new district means business as usual. Nice. Oh, I've missed this game. I've missed this game. First of all, you always want to check out these stickers that appear. Oh wait, that's just the cutscene. Never mind. I take it back. I take it back. But you do want to do that. Hello, Percy. Is it nice? The game is nice. We're just jumping into the DLC, so we'll see if the DLC is nice. But I fully expect it to be. Hopefully it's not a disappointment. I want really hard puzzles that make you think. The main game is good. But the DLC, like in the case of the Golden Idol, the main game was good, but the DLC really took it to another level with regards to the puzzles and stuff. They really crank it up because they expect you to have played the main game. Yeah, these games are amazing, man. If you haven't played these games, they're amazing. They're really good. You should start with the case of the Golden Idol if you're going to play them. Because that was the original, and it still holds up, believe me. The original still holds up. And then do the Rise of the Golden Idol. They're both really good games. Like, really good. And that's coming from me, and I don't sing praises of games very often. Anyway, let's jump into our first level. Following orders. A deadly pursuit. So the way this game works is, each level is like a scene, right? It's a scene. And you can investigate the scenes, and you'll get different information. So like, oh, what's this? It's a menu. And then you see we've discovered a bunch of words from the menu. So we've got Burger Royal Meal, 5 cash. Chicken Royal Meal, 5 cash. Meat Surprise Wrap, 3 cash. Chicken Surprise Wrap, 3 cash. Barbecue, plus 50. Tomato, plus 50. Pesto, plus 50. Cucumber, plus 50. And then you see they go into our word list. And this will fill up with all the words that we find in the level. And then this bar will start to fill up with things we have to answer. Like, what did everyone order? So that's like our first challenge, figuring out what everyone ordered. And then over it, you try and figure out like the meta story. Like, okay, what the hell does a chicken place have to do with the golden idol? Who knows? Also, I wonder when this is set. Like, when this is set. Because they look like the police, right? From the golden idol. Because the people who have the golden idol, they take over the government, basically. And they institute a new, like, world order, I guess. And they use the golden idol. While my partner here interviewed the waitress, I searched the surrounding area. As soon as I found the body, I notified you guys in homicide. We made sure no one left the diner from that point on, to ensure we didn't have to deal with anyone trying to play vigilante. Cool. So we've got 2 cops, and our cool guy. This car is missing a light. Sorry, detective, but no, I didn't get a good look at the car that damaged mine. Anyway, it's fine. I don't want to pursue it. Okay, what was your order? A chicken royal meal with garlic sauce. Why? You're sure you didn't ask for extra sour sauce? Perfectly sure, detective. I don't buy that for a second. I got here within a few minutes of the 911 call. The local cops arrived quickly, too. Dispatch will have notified them at the same time they sent me out, because the caller said the waitress had been attacked. Ooh. Can we go inside? By seeking the advice of upstanding community members, like my new partner on the Heritage Project, we've been able to crack down on criminals like the Andia gang. Sure, the Andias are weaker, but their rivals have filled the void. Those thugs in white ties are everywhere now. Property values are up, and we're working to renew historical buildings. You mean gentrification is increasing the cost of living? Crime is down. The drug trade is down. Are you kidding? I see euphoric synthetic serotonin being dealt on every other street corner. Interesting. I'm trying to remember who the Heritage Project are. I know they had something to do with the Golden Idol, but I can't remember what. Also, it looks like we can go somewhere else. Cool. We called for an ambulance right away, after seeing what that brute on the scooter did to that poor waitress's arm. Very good. Now, can you describe the car that was parked in Lot 4 when all this was happening? No, we don't remember it, do we, sweetums? Cool. All today's money is in the cash register. Only the manager knows the code for the safe. I see. Final question. Can you describe the car that was in Lot 4? No, I'm no good with cars. They all look the same to me. I was bringing out the order for Lot 2, when all of a sudden, some bearded freak whizzed up to me on a scooter, twisted my arm, and snatched the bag right out of my hand. Do you remember what the order was for? The order? It was a chicken royal meal with barbecue sauce. Why? That's what the guy ordered, right? No matter. How about Lot 4? What did they order? 2 burger royal meals, 2 chicken royal meals, and a meat surprise wrap. I don't see what... Please describe the car from Lot 4. I've seen so many cars today, I can't remember. And yet you can remember everyone's orders perfectly. Very interesting. Why's he got handprints on him? Can you describe the car that was in Lot 4? Sorry, I don't remember. There must not have been anything remarkable about it. How about their order? Do you remember that? 2 burger roll meals, 2 chicken roll meals, and a meat surprise wrap. What about Lot 2's order? That one was easy. A chicken roll meal with tomato sauce. Whoa. They're both saying different things, right? Was it tomato sauce? Or was it barbecue sauce? We'll never know. We saw the man in the red jacket speed away on his scooter. Then the cook stormed out from his kitchen and cried, "Some bearded guy just stole the extra sour sauce." Straight after, all the young gentlemen left in the most magnificent car. Painted like a tiger it was, a tiger with a lion's mane. Then we went back to our meals. A few minutes later, though, we heard distant thunder. Odd given the fine weather. Extra sour sauce. Is that why he was like... You're sure you didn't ask for extra sour sauce? Strange that only the foreigners were able to describe it, eh, Roy? Actually, Cliff, that part makes perfect sense to me. It's what happened on the rooftop I'm baffled by. That part may have to wait for another day. Is that everything on this screen? Yeah. Okay, so there was a murder. There's the scooter. It's got footprints. The tire has been shot. Tiger. Mushroom. Okay, dead guy, who are you? Red jacket. This is the guy who stole the sour sauce, right? It's the Bauer Youth Sports League. Okay. A melee weapon. The man's not breathing. He's soaked from head to toe. This fell over. Cool. Oh, is that... That's not even his arm. He had his arm, right? Yeah, he had both his arms. So did someone else die? Oh, mystery meat. They're eating people. They're eating people, huh? Interesting. Interesting. So something was used to break that, I assume? Yeah! They used some sort of magic. Hey, Viper! Good to see you, man. Whew. Okay. So that's everything. So we need to figure out everyone's orders and then the events. What happened? What happened in this scene? So let's start off with the orders. Chicken oil with garlic sauce. You just want to say hi, you won't be able to watch the stream. Well, hello to you. And that's a shame, because this game's awesome. Oh, I will enjoy it. Some bearded guy stole the sour sauce. Was the guy who died bearded? No. Some bearded guy stole the sour sauce. Nobody here has a beard. And why does he have hands? Why does he have handprints on him? Unless it's his own hands, now that I think about it, he's been cleaning his hands. Yeah. Cool. So, for the orders... Allegedly... Lot 4 ordered 2 burger royal meals, 2 chicken royal meals, and a meat surprise wrap. 2, 2, 1. And that was lot 4. 2, 2, 1. 0, 0. No, we don't know if they had sauce. And then, lot 2, there's conflicting information. She says chicken with barbecue. He says he ordered chicken with garlic. He says chicken with garlic. But she says barbecue. Well, we can pretty much assume it was chicken. Then the only question is, was it barbecue? Wait, garlic isn't even an option. Garlic isn't even an option. So he's lying. Why would he lie? Why would he lie? Chicken Royale with tomato. So we've got three conflicting bits of information. What are we trying to investigate? Currently, we're trying to find out what the customers in lots 2 and 4 ordered. And then once we figured that out, we're going to have to figure out what happened in the scene. What happened? Hello, Mr. Tools? Was Golden Idol the one where you were in prison? No, you don't really play as a person in Golden Idol. There were prison levels. Golden Idol is the one, and this might sound a bit obvious, but Golden Idol is the one with the Golden Idol. It's the one where there's a bunch of different scenarios that tell the tale of what's been happening with this Golden Idol throughout the years. There were some prison levels. There was the hippies. There was the scientists. So, this guy, the chef, says that they wanted tomato sauce. Why would he lie? This lady says barbecue sauce. Why would she lie? The guy himself says garlic sauce, which isn't even an option. It's not even an option. Now, we could just process of elimination it, but I don't want to process of elimination it. I want to know. Strange that only the foreigners were able to describe it. This guy knew nothing. Only the manager knows the code for the safe. There must be something somewhere that will tell us what kind of sauce he wanted. Some bearded guy stole the extra sour sauce. It's weird because extra sour sauce is not an option. Extra sour sauce isn't an option. Garlic isn't an option. Also, I'm pretty sure the meat surprise wrap is people. Because, look. There's a hand. So this is the scooter guy. It doesn't really tell us much. What the hell did happen here? Someone shot his tire. Allegedly, this guy stole the extra sour sauce. God knows why. Zars. It looks like some sort of magical device was used to break open this and then sabotage the water tower. Which is pretty cool. It's weird that they don't remember, because apparently, according to these guys, the car was painted like a tiger with a lion's mane. Surely you'd remember that. And then I'm guessing the distant thunder that they heard was the device destroying the roof. I'm gonna trust the chef on this one. I'm gonna trust the chef. Surely he would know what they ordered. Well, he'd know what they got. Maybe he ordered garlic sauce, but it's not an option. Why would he lie about what he ordered? I'm going to assume that the cashier knows what he ordered. Not necessarily what he got. I think he didn't get barbecue sauce. I think he got tomato sauce, because that's what the chef said. 2 or fewer incorrect. Tomato sauce? 2 or fewer incorrect. Maybe these are all zeros. He definitely says he ordered garlic. Yeah. The garlic isn't on the list. Okay, cool. So we've done that. Everything is correct. Then we need to figure out the events. A bearded man stole something and something as they were being delivered to lot something. Well, we know he stole lot Lot 2's order. What did he steal? He stole the food. And sauce, the extra sauce. He stole food and sauce as they were being delivered to Lot 2. That's a bit weird, but I think that's correct. In a car that had been parked in Lot 4... somethings gave chase, and something's something. In the car that had been parked in lot 4. The young gentleman left in the most magnificent car. So we know the guy in the red jacket sped away on the scooter. That was the bearded man. Maybe 2 vigilantes? 1 vigilante? But then it wouldn't have an S. But if there was 2 people in the car... Two vigilantes gave chase and shot the bearded man's tire. It might not be 2 vigilantes, but I'm assuming it is. Oh wait, how much food did they order? 5. They ordered 5. 5 vigilantes? That seems like a lot. Five vigilantes gave chase. Well, they might have been gangsters. The something then ran up a fire escape. The bearded man pursued by some of the vigilantes on foot. Somehow, the water tower fell, killing 1 vigilante. In the same way, the door was opened. Yeah, that's true because the water tower was somehow cut, and in the same way, the door was opened. I'm just not sure they're vigilantes, but they're just members of the sports league. So this is one of the people who were chasing the biker. That makes sense because the biker was a bearded man and he doesn't have a beard. And he's got a weapon. So maybe they're gangsters. Why would they have melee weapons otherwise? Thugs in white ties are everywhere now. Does that guy have a white tie? He does. So they're gangsters. They're not vigilantes, they're gangsters. When the blank got blank, a fight broke out in which somehow blank a blank. When the bearded man got upstairs, because he was climbing up, a fight broke out in which somehow, someone somehow lost an arm. Lost an arm, right? Although arm isn't even a... Oh, lost a hand. They lost a hand. Huh? Huh? It looks like they got hit by the device. So they were up here. The bearded man was up here. Got hit by the device. It also destroyed this. This guy... I don't really know how this guy died. Did he die from water landing on him? But anyway, This guy died because the water tower fell when they were fighting. And then he lost a hand. In which someone somehow lost a hand. This might all be correct. Incorrect? Oh, vigilante. Vigilante. No, it's gangster, right? Two or fewer incorrect. We know it's two. Two of these are incorrect. It's probably something to do with this first half. I'm pretty happy with the last half. The first half, I'm not massively happy about. So let's go back. We know that the man in the red jacket sped away on his scooter. Some bearded guy just stole the extra sour sauce. All the young gentlemen left in the most magnificent car painted like a tiger. So they are definitely a gang, right? They're the Tsars. For sure. The money's in the cash register, so he didn't steal money. He snatched the bag. The bag for lot 2. Which was food and sauce. But I feel like sauce would be covered under food. What's going on here? What is that? I feel like these guys are also delivering, like, drugs. I just get that feeling that they're dealing drugs. I've got no evidence for it. The guy's handprints have to matter, eh? He has been messing with the safe. Like, the fact that we can see everything he's touched has to be relevant. But why? I think this guy's in on it. I think this guy's in on it. But then why would he be giving the money to lot 2? And why would the gangsters give chase just because he stole some food? It doesn't make sense. Unless he's in on it as well. He doesn't want the police to pursue the car that damaged his car. So he's probably in on it. They sped away. They damaged his car while speeding away. So what? Maybe it's drugs. Maybe it was a drug trade. I mean, the obvious thing would be that he stole drugs and money, right? That'd be the only reason that they would care. They wouldn't care about food and sauce. They'd care about drugs and money. Drugs and cash. No? Okay. I think it's this that is wrong. You can kind of cheese it if you want. Like, you can change something. And then you can tell whether it's two or one that are incorrect. It's a bit cheeky, but you can do it. So we know 2 are still incorrect. Which means it's these 2. What the hell did he steal? Means these 2 are both wrong. Or one thing is wrong somewhere else. But we know this is true. We know this is true. We know this is true. We know this is true except maybe the number of gangsters. But I'm pretty damn sure it's 5. Because they ordered 5 meals. Unless... let's say that Lot 2's order was fake, right? If Lot 2's order was fake, which explains why nobody could get straight what kind of sauce he wanted. They all say different things about what kind of sauce he wanted. So, they might have ordered food for him as well. Which means there'd be 4 gangsters giving chase. No, it's definitely 5. Damn it, I thought I was onto something there. So it's definitely the drugs and cash. It's definitely the drugs and cash, because if I change anything else, it becomes incorrect. Whereas if I change these... well, never mind. That means it's cash and something else, right? If I change cash... yeah. So it's cash and something else that are incorrect. It could be drugs and food. There was definitely food. I think it's the food and then the sauce was the drugs. So let's say they sold drugs and food. Then something else is wrong. Down here. We know they gave chase. We know they shot the bearded man's tire. We know he ran up a fire escape and was pursued by some of the gangsters. We know the water tower fell and killed a gangster. We know the door was opened the same way. We know the bearded man got upstairs, and we know that somebody lost a hand. So... So what's wrong? Is food wrong? No, food is correct. There's really just one thing. One thing wrong somewhere else. But we know that all this is true. Maybe it's not when the bearded man got upstairs a fight broke out. Maybe it's when the gangster got upstairs a fight broke out. Because the fight wouldn't break out when he got upstairs, because he would have been the first one up. So it'd be when the gangster got up there, he would have fought with the bearded man. No? Ah, poop. This is all true. And this is all true. And this is probably true. This is true. I feel like it's all true. I really feel like it's all true. There's some nuance I'm missing. In the same way the door was punched? No. The door was... Maybe it is punched. No. No. It's definitely the same way the door was opened. What the hell am I missing? Right, we know. Let's just go through all this, right? Backwards. Let's go through it all backwards. So... when the bearded man got upstairs, a fight broke out in which someone somehow lost a hand. Someone definitely lost a hand. They definitely lost a hand. For sure, a hand was lost. And I'm assuming it fell off the roof. Although that is an assumption. Yeah, I'm assuming it fell off the roof. I was assuming they came out of here, but I think what actually happened is the bearded man is the one with the device. I was assuming the gangsters had the device and that they blew this door outwards. But I think maybe he shot his way inwards. Yeah, they went inside. Look, they went inside here. So it's when he came downstairs, a fight broke out. That's what it is. It's when he got downstairs. Yes! The most base assumptions can screw you up in this game. Like I assumed the fight happened on the roof and that the hand fell off the edge. But those footsteps, I should have been paying more attention to them. Awesome. Everything is correct. You solved the scenario. A bearded man snatched a bag of food from a diner employee. But unbeknownst to him, the diner was controlled by a gang, and the bag contained drugs. Some of the gang members chased the thief down, but he managed to incapacitate two of them in an unusually destructive way. I like that you get given a bit of extra intel. Oh, so that's how the guy died. The water knocked him off here. I was wondering how the water killed him. But now it makes sense. Cool. Then we get given another bit of intel. You see here, story. There's like an overarching story for the chapter, and you unlock extra intel, and then you've got to fill in the story. But I don't like to do these until we finish the entire chapter. And then you also get a bit of bonus intel before you go to the next thing. Mayor Meredith lashes out at cops. The mayor of New Wells has blamed police for the city's growing drug problem and raised questions of possible corruption within the force. Moira Meredith made the remarks at a press conference yesterday, which she had called to discuss her ongoing heritage project. She said, "Drugs are flooding our city, and the fault lies solely with our police." I don't know about that. It can't lie solely with the police unless they're the drug dealers. At best, their leadership is incompetent and must change. At worst, we'll need a full-scale inquiry into possible corruption. A spokesman for New Wells Police Narcotics Division said, "Our officers are doing the best that any department could do. Investigations are underway in all known high-crime areas of the city, but so far, no major drug labs have been located. The investigation will continue as usual, and the manufacturers will be found." Cool. That's a weird-ass picture. Cool. What's our next scene? Trouble unleashed. A tragic day at the races. Awesome. Oh, someone died. Pretty much someone always dies in the scenarios. So, he had lockpicks. He had a recently fired gun. (2 to 3 p.m. Feed the dogs. 3 p.m. onwards. Prep for race. Then run errand for HB. Number 17 has become overly protective. Easier to just keep by my side at all times. Hey Dan, I am indeed well. I'm super well, now that I've found this DLC. I'm beyond well. There's not enough good detective games. So, DLC coming out for one of my favourite detective games. I'm really happy. I'm a bit miffed that I didn't know about it when it came out. But then I would have played it by now. So, you know. On the flip side, it's quite good that I only just found out about it. So now we get to play all the DLCs at the same time. Instead of having them drip-fed to us. He's got a bloody lip. He's also got a key. I assume that's for the kennels. But you shouldn't assume. And he's been shot. And the dog took a bite out of someone. And this was locked like some other way. Emergency release. Looks like it was pressed by someone with blood. So I assume he pressed it to let the dogs out. You've been playing Old Market Simulator. Oh yeah. I quite like trading games. This is a toolkit. There's a lot of random stuff. You got a drill, you've got a film reel, you've got a microphone, you've got whatever that is. You've got, is that ammunition? Zero, huh? Yeah, it could be... could be a walkie-talkie. Or a Geiger counter. Could be anything, I don't really know. Good thing we got here before they could get rid of the body. Find anything out, Roy? Looks like something happened at the office as well. I'll be damned. How'd they get past the 2 guards? I have a theory. I'll have to check some details. Anything else? How'd your interviews go? It's interesting, Cliff. They're evasive, but I'm not sensing any outright lies. Except perhaps this vet business. So these are the 2 cops who seem to be investigating all the crime scenes in this scenario. Let's go outside. I almost didn't see you up here. Do you know anything about what happened? I've just come down from the north side of town, and I don't know much about this place. But I think someone in a big coat entered the kennels. He's got a recording device. The 3-day tape is full. You didn't see anything? Not at the kennels. I must apologize. I did see 2 men running away from the office. Then someone else went up the door a little bit later. Oh, that'll be the guards, right? The guards are in on it. 2 men, 2 guards. How did he get past the guards? Could you describe the person? Not really. I was distracted by the sound of the race starting and that lovely polka-dotted dog. I had good money on her. Hey, look! It's the car! It's the car that's painted like a lion. From the first scenario. So the drug dealers are in on this. The gang. What were they called? I can't remember. It began with an A, I think. No, it was the Tsars. The Tsars. I took a hit for that guy. Hope he got what we came here for. Now I've just got to collect myself and keep away from those cops. Friday races. 4:10 p.m. 4:50 p.m. In reserve with Kennel Master. 15. 15 is the one that can't be controlled, right? I cannot be contained. I cannot be controlled. While I was waiting in line to make my bet, some guy in a big coat shoved past, calling out for Benny. Did he find him? I don't know. He searched around for a moment, then ran off towards the wooden gates. So he bet on Godsend to win, and he bet $5. Cool. I've been here all day. I will say, I did hear some people around the office area making a commotion. Did you hear what they were saying? One was hurling insults about Ms. Bauer, saying she ruined their business and that she's the mayor's pet. Insulting Hildegard Bauer here seems unwise and unwarranted. Ms. Bauer is a hard worker, and she always finds time to support her favourite girl. So they're the wooden gates. I'm always by Ms. Bauer's side, and I don't talk to the police. Just for the record, can you tell me about the victim? No. Did he have any enemies? People who would wish him hard? So he really won't talk to the police. Only time I left my post was to chase off a troublemaker while the race was happening. Is this your usual post? It is now. We had a break-in on Tuesday night, so we're not letting anything slide. We're keeping tight watch on this office, day and night. Keep Andiers out. Yellow jackets work in pairs, stupid jerks. I got a shipment of 6 items going out to the new asset today. The usual method should work. Let him in for a pickup at 3:45. I'll be out grabbing a seat. Also, if the blonde comes whining again, tell him to suck it up and keep working with the Tsar. The Tsar are the guys with the lion cars. They're drug dealers. If he can't defend himself against a one-handed man, that's his own damn problem. Someone in the first scenario lost a hand. The Tsars are a useful part of this organization. HB. It's all coming together. So the guys from the first scenario are in this scenario. That's good to know. I was with Leo before it happened. He told me to make the call that Zira was ready for pickup. Pickup? Oh, to take to the vet. Zira's one of our dogs. Liar. Very sick. Probably don't want to get too close. It's the one-handed man. And he's wearing a white tie. He's one of the gangsters. And Zira is definitely not one of the dogs, right? Definitely not one of the dogs. We know that because why? Well, maybe Zira is one of the dogs. I thought this was a briefcase, but it looks like it's like a dog holder that's just full of tools for some reason. Unless Zira's a code word. Maybe Zira's a code word. Godsend. That's the one that the guy bet on. Maggie. Twizzle. Jess. And some poop. I got here after the race is finished. I saw the dogs had gotten out and knew something was wrong. That's when I found Leo like that. You're looking a little worse for wear yourself. Oh, this? You don't need to worry about me, officer. Just some roughhousing. Uh-huh. Your white tie tells me different, buddy. This guy's in on it as well. Bauer restoration works. That's all the stuff that's in the in the box, right? So they were transferring goods or stealing goods. So sorry about the mess. Benny knocked over the plant, which hit the stuff off the shelf. But I gathered up all 7 items and nothing seems broken. 7 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6. But how many were in the thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe the gun is the 7th. No more slums. Heritage building renovation plan. Moira promises. Hildegard delivers. Wednesday. Meet with BRW board. Heritage project. Ensure MM absent. Thursday. Meet with restaurant staff. Stocked replenishment and new security measures. Restaurant staff. That was the first scenario. Because they got robbed. Lock is scratched and damaged. Yeah, that guy had lockpicks, eh? Nothing is missing. Just like last time, all they did was cause a mess. Any idea how they got in? No, I'm in here all day and keep it locked when I'm not. Now could you hurry this up, detective? I have all my meetings in this office and your presence is not conducive to business. She's got a dog chain with Jess on it. All her meetings are in the office. That's... well, maybe it's true. Could be true. And now we've unlocked this. Roles. What is everyone's role? So we know that she's the track owner. We know he's Azar. Ah, but we know he's Azar as well. There's two Zars. We know both of these guys are Zars. But maybe one of them's Benny. Favorite girl? Well, Kennel Master is presumably the dead guy. Northsider. Favorite girl. Favorite girl is Jess. Which one is Jess? 17, Jess. Where was the list of dogs? Jess is 15. Jess is 15. There was a list of dogs somewhere, eh? I don't think any of these were Jess. Oh, Jess. So the favorite dog is this one. Which is this one. The bodyguard is this guy. The door guard is this guy. Who the hell is Northsider? Northsider. I've just come down from the north side of town. Okay, that's easy enough. So Northsider is this guy. Who's Benny? Is Benny one of the dogs? I don't think so. Benny 17. Cool. So Benny is this one. And then there's two Zars. We know for sure this guy's a Zar. For sure. Also, who the hell's a Leo? We know he's a Zar. And we know he's a Zar. Nice. Right. Theft. On Tuesday, a member of the blank gang, blank the blank. On Tuesday, a member of the something gang broke into the office. Because she said it happened again. They stole nothing, but left us something to something the something's something. They left a tape recorder to record. It was him. It was him. 3 days of tape. 3 days. To record the owners, track owners' meetings. Because all her meetings happen in there, right? But I don't know which gang they were a member of. Because I don't think he's a member of the Zar gang. I feel like these guys are the Zar gang. Anyway, we'll come back to that. On Friday at something, the something and the something were busy something. Ooh, the two guards. The bodyguard and the door guard were busy... What were they doing? He doesn't say anything to the police. He was chasing a troublemaker. Chasing? Maybe fighting, because they did get injured. No, fighting a troublemaker doesn't work. One member of the something gang, something the something, while the other tried to something the something. Well, we know that one of them shot the kennel master, right? We know that one of them shot the kennel master, while the other tried to something the something. Okay, well, first of all, which gang broke into the office? It could have been the Tsar gang. Nothing's missing. All they did was cause a mess. He's lying, I think. I think he's the one who shot the guy. What time did it happen? I mean, I guess maybe it was the Tsar gang. I do think he shot the guy. So it probably is the Tsar gang. On Friday at some time, the bodyguard and the door guard were busy doing something. One member of the Tsar gang shot the kennel master, while the other tried to collect the tape recorder? No, because he's got the tape recorder. And I don't think he's a member of the Tsar gang. And this guy, what's this guy talking about? I took a hit for that guy. Hope he got what he came for. This guy? He did get what they came for. He's got blood on him. So I don't think it was the Tsar gang, it's a different gang. I think the Tsar gang are just... No, it wasn't the Tsar gang for sure, because the Tsar gang are working with these people, right? Because she's meeting with the restaurant staff for new security measures, and we know that the Tsar gang were working with the restaurant. So it's not the Tsar gang, it must be a different gang. But we don't know about any other gangs. And why does it say 7 items? Maybe the recorder is the 7th item. The recorder could be the 7th item. The Tsar Gang. The Tsar Gang, the Tsar Gang. So it happened during the race with the polka-dotted dog. So whichever race Twizzle was in is when it happened. So it happened at 4:10. And it's not the Tsar Gang. Maybe Northsider is a gang. I'm pretty sure these guys are part of the same gang. Mainly because they both look kind of down and out. And they're clearly working together. But I don't know what gang that would be. Thing is, to get the name of the gang, the word would have to exist. I mean, maybe it is the Northsider Gang. Maybe that's just what they're called. But you'd expect it to be capitalized. Like the Tsar Gang. But I've never heard of the Roy Gang, or the Maggie Gang, or the Benny Gang, or the Bauer Gang, or the Twizzle Gang, or the Andia Gang, or the Leo Gang, or the Jess Gang. Although actually, the Andia Gang. One sec. If we go back to the first scene, Andia. The Andias are a gang. What do we know about the Andias? Sometimes you have to go between scenes to get more intel. It's pretty cool. What do we know about the Andia gang? Literally nothing. But the fact that the word exists means that somebody here has mentioned the Andia gang. Otherwise the word wouldn't exist. Who mentioned the Andia gang? I feel like nobody did. And yet they must have. The Andia gang. Some guy in a big coat shoved past calling out for Benny. So Bauer National is a corporation, I assume. The Andia gang. Where the hell was that? The word Andia? It has to be somewhere. Otherwise, the word wouldn't exist in our list. It'd be cool if you could click on a word and it took you to where it was mentioned. I'm pretty sure I've looked everywhere. pretty damn sure I've looked everywhere. Where the hell did we get the word Andia from? Let's do this methodically. Let's go top to bottom. You do not have the word Andia. You're saying you started a fight to distract the guards. You started a fight to distract the guards! They were busy fighting. Something, something. No, that doesn't make sense. I can't think of a single sentence that would have two of the blues. Unless it was like something something race or something something record or record. What were they busy doing? They were busy... We know they got into a fight. That's the thing. We know they got into a fight. Because he was chasing off a troublemaker. Shipment of 6 items going out. If the blonde comes in whining again... I assume that's this guy. But then it says, suck it up and keep working with the Tsar. But the blonde is a member of the Tsar. The blonde is a member of the Tsar. We know that because he's wearing the white tie and the jacket. They're both Tsars. Maybe he's talking about these guys, not the guards. Maybe he's talking about these guys. But then it'd be the Tsar and the Tsar, which doesn't make sense. They were busy... It's definitely the bodyguard and the door guard who were busy. Well, maybe not the bodyguard. One member of the Tsar gang shot the kennel master while the other tried to... The other tried to... And it's not the Tsar gang, it's the Andia gang. But I would like proof that they're the Andias. That's what we were doing, right? We were trying to find proof that they're the Andias by going top to bottom to find where Andia is mentioned. Because it has to be. No mention of the Andias. 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 No. 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 So there's nothing in here mentioning the Andeas. He doesn't mention them. He doesn't mention them. He doesn't mention them. But I'm pretty sure they are the Andeas. So I've checked everything here. The dogs don't mention them. Which means they have to be in here. But I checked everything in here as well. And I'm pretty damn sure it doesn't start you with any words. So what the hell am I missing? Where did we get Andeas from? Where did we get Andea from? Where did you come from? It doesn't make sense. New assets. Ah, keep Andeas out. There it is. Yellow jackets work in pairs. Stupid jerks. I forgot about this. So they work in pairs. So he's a yellow jacket. And he, presumably, lost his jacket? Is there a yellow jacket in here? He lost his jacket, right? Yellow jacket? Yellow jacket? It'd be nice to prove that he is a yellow jacket. We can be pretty certain of it, but I would expect him to have a yellow jacket. And we know that he went in here. But I don't see a yellow jacket in here. And the dog, I would expect that to be yellow. I would expect this jacket to be yellow, not blue. Okay, well, we know that one member of the gang shot the kennel master, and the other one tried to recover or collect the tape recorder. I don't know why they shot the kennel master, but it's probably best not to question it. And these guys, maybe they weren't busy fighting someone. Were they busy watching Benny race? 410. Was Benny in the 410 race? No. Not Benny, Jess. Watching Jess race. That kind of makes sense because she loves Jess. So presumably... these guys would want to make sure the dog was okay. Unless they were busy giving the new asset stuff. But would it really take 25 minutes for the new asset? They were busy... See, none of these really make sense except watching. Jess. Race. Incorrect. Poop. So, what am I not certain about? For sure, a member of the Andia gang broke into the office. They didn't steal anything, but they left a tape recorder to record the track owners' meetings. We know that the first section is correct. For sure. The second section... I'm not convinced by 410. I'm not convinced by bodyguard and door guard. I'm fairly convinced a member of the Andia gang shot the kennel master, and the other one tried to collect the tape recorder. I think this last sentence is fine. So it's just this one sentence that I'm not sure about. And I'm super not sure about it. The someone and the someone were busy something, someone, something. We know it happened at 410 because... she was distracted by the sound of the race starting with the polka-dotted dog. Which is... Twizzle. And Twizzle... 410. So we know it happened at 410. We also know Jess was involved in that race, and Jess is her favourite dog. So what the hell were the bodyguard and the door guard busy doing at 410? What were they busy doing at 410? He tells us literally nothing. He tells us he chased off a troublemaker while the race was happening. Pretty vague, you'd think he'd say which race, but... So you'd think here it'd be they were busy chasing a troublemaker. But that's just not an option. But, on the flip side, they would probably lie to the police. What were they doing? I really thought it'd be watching the race. Or... Thing is, we know they weren't fighting them because one of the Andia gang was shooting the kennel master and the other one was collecting the tape recorder. So what the F were these two doing? What were they doing at the time? Something to do with the vet, maybe. They were busy. Blue, red, blue is such a weird combination. It's such a weird combination. It really feels like it has to be watching new asset. They were doing something with the new asset. But these don't make sense for it. These don't make sense for it. They were busy watching new assets race? No. The only thing that makes sense for these, the last one has to be... It has to be race, right? Out of these blues. It has to be. But they don't mention anywhere that they were watching the race, or even imply that they were watching the race. Keep Andias out. And how did he get hurt? It's just some rough housing. And what is the deal with the vet? Let's come back to theft. I really have no idea on these. Let's do death. Maybe it'll change our train of thought. On Friday at something, the something went to something, something, items from the something. After something, something, the something down, the something left with something items. After someone knocked the... After Benny... After Benny knocked the shelf down, the something left with something items. The something object was a something. Okay, so we left with 6 items. The 7th object was a tape recorder, which had been something the something. At around something, the something saw the something's something and went looking for something. When he saw that something was a something, he went to the something. While something over the something, the something something, the something. Okay. Benny's a dog. So the kennel master went to collect some items from the office. We don't know when he went to do that. But after Benny knocked the shelf down, the kennel master left with 6 items. The 7th object was a tape recorder, which had been Where would the tape recorder have been hidden? Which had been on, in, under, beside. In the plant. That's plausible. But why would the kennel master have gone to collect 7 items? Surely he'd have always gone to collect 6. But then the way this is phrased implies that he left with less items than he intended to collect. It's tricky. At around something, the something saw the something's something and went looking for something. When he saw that something was a something, he went to the something. While something over the something. While fighting over the tape recorder? While fighting over the tape recorder, that would make sense. The something shot the kennel master. The Andia, the Northsider, when he saw that something was a something, he went to the something. He saw something's something and went looking for something. This window's broken. I gathered up all 7 items and nothing seems broken. 7 items? It's so confusing because there's only 6. Oh, right. He went to collect 6 items. But Benny knocked the shelf down, and then the kennel master found the tape recorder. So he left with 7 items. The 7th object was a tape recorder, which had been in the plant. Yes! Because he looked in the plant to see if anything had fallen off the shelf. Oh, I get it. I totally get it. So then we know that the Andia shot the kennel master in the office, I think. The something saw the something's note. He saw his note. The Andia saw the kennel master's note and went looking for What's his name? Leo. Benny. Went looking for Benny? Went looking for... It can't just be Kennel Master. Went looking for Kennel Master doesn't make sense. But we know that the Kennel Master's name is Leo. When he saw that blank was a blank, he went to... When he saw that Leo was a Kennel Master, he went to the kennels. Now, we don't know when that happened. No, we do know when that happened. It happened at 4:10. And he went there to get the stuff at... 3. Incorrect. But this totally makes sense. At 3, the Kennel Master went to get the items from the office. Benny knocked the shelf down, so the Kennel Master left with 7 items. The 7th object was a tape recorder, which had been in the plant. That makes total sense. Total sense. And we can even double verify that, I think. It's got dirt on it. Plus, someone's been rooting around in the plant. So, we know that this is true. We know it's all true. He definitely went to get 6 items, but then he found it and got the 7th item. And we know it's at 3, although actually it would be slightly after 3. Then, the Andia saw the note. That makes sense. And he went looking for Leo, because the note was signed Leo, right? No! He went looking for Benny. He went looking for Benny. When he saw that Benny was a dog, he went to the kennels. When he saw that Benny was a dog. Dog. Dog better be an option. Yeah. He went to the kennels. So we've only got one thing wrong now, I think. Which is probably one of the times. But unless at 3 PM he was getting them ready for the races, right? So maybe he actually did it at 4:10. And then no. It's the times that are wrong. So 2 men running away from the office. That was the guards. Then someone else went up to the door a little bit later. Why were the guards running away from the office? Why were the guards running away from the office? Why were the guards running from the office? What were they busy doing? Also, this is wrong. See? I knew we'd get a different train of thought by doing the other one first. This isn't what happened. One member of the Andir gang distracted the guards. They distracted someone. So I think the door guard. They were busy. So that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think that's door guard. If there was like a group one that was like distracted the guards. But this is gonna be the bodyguard and the track owner were busy watching the race. Yes, because the bodyguard wouldn't leave her side. The bodyguard and the track owner were busy watching Jess race. Oh, thank God. Oh, for some reason I thought the two men or the two people running away that she mentioned, two men running away from the office, I assumed that was the bodyguard and the door guard. But that just doesn't make sense. Once I threw out that assumption, suddenly it made sense. See, this game, you get an assumption in your head, and you're your own worst enemy. You're your own worst enemy. But if you can get rid of those assumptions, suddenly it'll all click into place. So now we know that at 4:10, the guy tried to collect the recorder. Good. Which means that we know that this happened at 4:10. Which means this probably happened at 3. Which means something else is wrong. Something else is wrong. We know the kennel master went to collect 6 items. We know Benny knocked the shelf down. We know the kennel master left with 7 items. We know the 7th object was a tape recorder. We don't know it was in the plant. It could have been under the plant. But I feel like it was in the plant. And then at 4:10, the Andir saw the kennel master's note and went looking for Benny. We know that's true. When he saw Benny was a dog, he went to the kennels. We know that's true. While fighting over the tape recorder, the Andir shot the kennel master. We know that's true. So the only thing we don't know is this whole in the plant business. And the fact that changing one of these doesn't make it say more than 2 are incorrect means that only one thing that we've got here is wrong. One thing we've got here is wrong. Only one. Because if we change two things... Why does it still say two or fewer are incorrect? Unless that time was always wrong. Was that time always wrong? Like, here's an example, right? If I change Kennel Master to vet, it still says two or fewer incorrect. That means we know it's the Kennel Master. So that means now there have to be two incorrect. Which means if we change shot to wrote, now it's incorrect, right? So we can change Kennel Master back. Now it's two or fewer. So we can change wrote back to shot. Now it's one. It has to be one. One thing is wrong. And it has to be the time, I think. Oh my god, I thought these were in order. I thought these were in order of time. But look, there's 3:45. He did it at 3:45. My assumption that the times were in order really screwed us there. But everything is correct. Nice. Oh, I love this game so much. I know it must be painful to watch sometimes when I'm struggling with basic things like reading all the possibilities. But it's such a great game. You've solved the scenario! To get dirt on the Bowers, two members of the rival Andia gang planted a recording device in Hildegard's office. When they returned to collect it 3 days later, it had been mistakenly moved to the kennels as part of a secret delivery. During the struggle to take back the recording device, one of the Andias shot Leo the Kennel Master. Yeah, but it doesn't explain why he wasn't wearing a yellow jacket. That's what I don't get. Cool. Ms. Bauer, this project continues to show promise. Our new friend's offer of power seems to have been more than just an attempt to save his own life. And to think, if he hadn't hit your restaurant, the Andias might have been the ones who found him. Communication has been somewhat tricky. Although he doesn't look it, he's speaking Lemurian, but it sounds like some ancient version of what I speak. Luckily, his Albionian is improving every day, so we can often meet in the middle. I know we haven't been able to get Zera moved out yet, but we're ready to continue Phase 2 testing of the Disarranger as soon as you are. Pooty. Okay, so the bearded guy, who presumably was trying to steal food in the first scenario, but accidentally took drugs, has struck a deal with them. He's offering them power, and he's a Lemurian. The Lemurians are the guys who created the Golden Idol back in the day. That's pretty cool. Mr. Pooty, your update is appreciated. The Andias may not have gotten their hands on him, but what they did get from us endangers our whole operation. If our naive benefactor learns what we've been doing, things will sour very quickly. I'll bring the supplies myself. Keep an ear to the ground. If we see any signs that she knows, Phase 2 testing will need to be done on an accelerated schedule. Ooh. Third scenario. The Raid. A story in 4 parts. Cool. Hey look, it's the same microphone. It looks like it's been disarranged. It's totally been disarranged. Look at it. Function checking. No give or take. Now I call disarranger. Fair translation, I think. This is the golden idol. These are all the golden idol symbols. Like, you use the symbols. That's why it says no give or take. So in the golden idol, this was take, and this was give, I think. And the symbols, you could like take heat, or you could give life, that kind of thing. Small effect, heat change evens out. Known effect, matter warps, pulls, extrudes. That's what we saw on that microphone. See phase 2 test outcomes. Little woman says test faster. Vibration of crystal cannot extend. Destroys amplifying device. Vibration can be sent. Pump effect straight to ears. Good report for the little woman. Phase 2 test outcome. Low. Little scramble. Mind mostly same. Mix-up of events. Same way every time. Pattern A. Medium. More scramble. Things change. People. Things look different. Pictures wrong. Like mind force normal story. Even if it means pictures no match good. Events mixed same way each time. Pattern B. High. Big scramble. Strange pictures. Even actions abstract. Mind no care for real story now. Just follow pictures it see. Pictures match good, but very strange. Events mixed same way every time. Pattern C. This one stay forever. Cool, so they're like, it doesn't just disarrange matter, it can also disarrange people's minds. That's pretty awesome. So I assume this is where he was doing tests, right? ABC? He was testing it on the 3 guys. Yeah, these 3 guys must have been experiments. Moira will spill. As rumors fly, Mayor Meredith announces press conference. What happened here, Officer Martins? Where did they go? First, the angels danced on the robot's finger, and the second twin swallowed them whole. Then I liberated myself, and Trip Top admired the silver string of my bow. Next, the angels were destined to pass into the second twin's bowels, and to be rescued from them by an armored horse. Finally, Trip Top granted the angels their freedom, and the angels melted into the pages of an open book. So he was a spy. He was wearing a wire. He was like an undercover agent, right? And he got hit with the super high intensity scramble their brain, I assume. Subject C, testing form. What did you think of the cartoon? A divine revelation. Describe the cartoon's 4 stages. 1. A teardrop evaporated, so the 2-headed fig tig found the world's edge. 2. An orchid with tender stalks sailed over the teardrop as it drifted by. 3. Beyond the world's edge lay a vast snowy mountain. 4. The fig tig applauded as it searched for the teardrop. Interesting. Vlad, Finn and Dick. Fair enough. Subject B. What happened here? It all started when the ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent, and they jumped through the hoop. Okay, what next? That's all you're getting from me. I've already said too much. Subject B, testing form. What did you think of the cartoon? Tragic and profound. Describe the cartoon's 4 stages. A man and his wife followed an ambulance in their car. A girder was shown to be attached to a bridge. The ambulance sped away, and the car crashed into the girder. A cat ran from the ambulance. Is this the same? It should be, right? You would expect it to be the same, if he wanted it to be a valid experiment. I've got a terrible memory. I don't know if that was the same. I can't talk to the cops, man. They'll kill me. Just give me something, anything. Okay. At some point, that guy went berserk and ripped off his shirt. And it seemed like the boss or something that panicked her. So this guy must have got hit with A. Subject A, testing form. What did you think of the cartoon? Hilarious. Describe the cartoon's 4 stages. A jellyfish saw a dolphin and got scared. It turned out the wall was a giant whale. The dolphin escaped and a submarine hit a wall. A vampire and his minion chased the dolphin in the submarine. Yeah, I feel like that is what happened. Yeah. Cool. Let's take stock. What do we know? It's a strange one, Roy. We've had eyes on this place all morning. Our guys confirmed the boss lady and her gangsters were still on the top floor as we pulled up. We secured the front door and all the stairs. They must be here somewhere. A map. There's their guards. That's back to there. Is that really everything in this scenario? It's got no words. Cool. Okay. Accounts. We know these, right? Isn't this, like, super easy? Incorrect. Interesting. Oh, we do have words. I'm bringing it all back out. What does it all mean? Well, yeah, that's his account. Then I liberated myself. Liberating himself was second, right? Yeah. Then the angels, and then Trip Top. So we know that account's correct. This account... It all started when the ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent and they jumped through the hoop. And that's all you're getting from me. No comment, no comment, no comment. This guy, at some point the guy went berserk and ripped off his shirt. And it seemed like the boss or something that panicked her. When did he rip off his shirt? When he liberated himself. So he liberated himself in the second phase. Incorrect! It all started when the ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent and they jumped through the hoop. So when did the ringmaster order the lions out of the tent? Mind Force's normal story, even if pictures no match good. Events mixed same way each time. Mind Force normal story if pictures no match good. Ringmaster. What did it say? The ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent, then they jumped through the hoop. I don't know. They jumped through the hoop. Ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent. They told everyone to leave, and they jumped out the window. Right? They told everyone to leave, and they jumped out the window? I assume that's true. It'd be nice if there was some evidence of that. And she ordered everyone to leave. Probably third. Incorrect. But how can it possibly be incorrect? Like, surely... We know this account is correct. Unless... Hang on. Events mixed same way every time. Pattern C. So they're in the wrong order. But how would we know what the order is? By the way he wrote it down? By the way, he wrote it down, right? Beyond the world's edge lay a vast snowy mountain. That's talking about the whale, I assume. An orchid with tender stalks sailed over the teardrop as it drifted by. This is mind-bending. Let's go back to accounts later. It's confusing the shit out of me. Let's go back to that one later. Cartoon. Okay, I appreciate this. Jellyfish saw a dolphin and got scared. A vampire and his minion chased the dolphin. Dolphin escaped, they hit a wall. It turned out the wall was a whale. Yeah. That makes sense. These are super useful. I'm really bad at remembering images, so trying to remember that whole video was rough. So this guy, the cat ran from the ambulance. A man and his wife followed an ambulance in their car. The ambulance sped away and the car crashed, and a girder was shown to be attached to a bridge. Nice. Very cool. And then 3. I think we can do this one without actual knowledge of it. Because doesn't he say the orders mix the same every time? Mix of events, same way every time. Events mix same way each time. Events mix same way each time. So this one was 1432. That was 4132. Okay, maybe we can't. An orchid with tender stalks sailed over the teardrop as it passed. The fig tig applauded as it searched for the teardrop. Teardrop evaporated, so the two-headed fig tig found the world's edge. And beyond the world's edge lay a vast mountain. Cool. That makes sense. So then, now that we've got those, we should be able to do this. So, this guy said 1, 2, no. He's talking about the guards leaving and jumping into a car, right? He's talking about the guys leaving and jumping into a car. I'm not sure what the second twin means. The angels danced on the robot's finger. I liberated myself, and Trip Top admired the silver string of my bow. The angels melted into the pages of an open book. An open window. They left through the window. So... they left by car. They... Trip Top is the lady. Trip Top told the guards to leave, and they left through the window. Then... they jumped in a car. When did he liberate himself? When did he liberate himself? His order's all screwed up. 1, 2, 3, 4. His actual order is 2, 4, 1, 3. 2, 4, 1, 3. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the robot's finger is the drain pipe. Or the fire escape. Oh, it's the girder! They were lowered down on a girder. They jumped out the window onto a girder. That was lowered down. And then they escaped in a car. That car. Which is the Tsar's. Okay, cool. So he liberated himself first. They jumped out the window. They went on the iron girder. They dropped into the city. And were rescued by the car. Now, he says... it all started when the ringmaster ordered the lines out and they jumped through the window. So that would be here. But it's not actually gonna be here, because his order's all messed up, right? So... Trip Top is 4. This is a bit mind-bending, but Trip Top is 4, right? Trip Top granted them their freedom. That is 4. We know that's 4 because... it was the 4th thing he said. It's the 4th thing he said. Which means... it's actually the 2nd thing that happened. Which means... the 2nd thing that happened is last. Which means his account is that. I think. And then the first one... at some point the guy went berserk and ripped off his shirt. That was the first thing that happened. First thing that happened is first. So his should be that. I feel like this is going to be wrong, but I also feel like it's going to be right, so... 2 or fewer incorrect. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. He said it's first. And it really must be first. It must be first, right? 2. 2 is first. Ripping off his shirt is when he liberated himself. Which means it would be the first thing, which he thinks is first. Which means I must have got this one wrong. It all started when the ringmaster ordered the lions out of the tent and they jumped through the hoop. Which would be first. But this guy thinks first is second. Nice. Cool. Oh, I love this game. I love it so much. Now, we need to translate this. Trip Top is the boss. Silver String is his wire. He tore off his shirt and it revealed his wire because he's an undercover cop. The angels are the gangsters. Open book is the window. Robot's finger is the iron girdle. Iron girder, not girdle. Twin is... Look, I'll be honest, I never figured out what twin was. I thought twin bowels represented the city. An armored horse is car. So what is twin bowels? Twin bowels, twin bowels. They were destined to pass into the second twin's bowels. The basement, the garage, the ground floor, parking lot, parking garage. But then what is twin? If bowels is parking garage, the door? Twin is door? The parking garage door, that would make sense. Unless it's the other way around. No. I'm pretty sure bowels is parking garage. But then what is twin? Twin, 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 twin. Twin. Twin is only mentioned once, right? The second twin's bowels. The second twin swallowed them whole. The second twin swallowed them whole. So they went on the girder. The second twin swallowed them whole. Is it the building? The building swallowed them? And they went into the building's parking garage? Cool. Now what the F does this mean? The boss saw wire. Boss ordered evacuation. Undercover cop. No, let's get rid of undercover cop. Gangsters exited via window. Gangsters entered car. Exited via car. Both of those things are true. Undercover cop. I don't know. I don't know what he did. He went crazy. He took off all his clothes and started dancing. Removed shirt. Oh! Hang on. This is the order of operations. I didn't see these dots at the end. I thought it was going to be paired actions, but it's not. It's a chain of events. So it all started when undercover cop removed shirt. Boss saw wire. Now there might be something before all these. Boss ordered evacuation. There's too many stages. Gangsters exited via window. Gangsters they were standing on a girder. That's not really viable via these options. Traversed. Girder. This is going to be tough to get right. There's 3 more steps. Gangsters entered building. Gangsters entered car. Gangsters exited via car. 2 or fewer incorrect. Hot diggity damn, I'll take that. I thought I was way off. It's probably traversed girder that's wrong. Because traversed girder doesn't make any sense. It's definitely something to do with the girder. Let's just check if it's 2 things wrong or 1 thing wrong. It's 1 thing wrong. So it's probably traversed girder should probably be exited via girder? No. Okay, good. No, wait, bad. That means 2 things are wrong. Unless I do traversed. That means traversed is correct. Which means what else could be missing? What else could be wrong? We know that 1 thing is wrong. 1 thing. The undercover cop definitely removed his shirt. The boss definitely saw the wire. The boss definitely ordered the evacuation. The guards definitely exited via the window. The gangsters traversed the girder. Sure. The gangsters did enter the building. The gangsters did enter the car. And the gangsters did exit via the car. I'll be honest, it all looks right. It all looks right. Unless parking garage is an option. Nice. We did it! I'm using the term we loosely there. You have solved the scenario! The gangsters were experimenting with a device that disarranged memories. And we know it can disarrange other stuff as well. When the most affected of the test subjects revealed he was an undercover cop, the boss realized they had to flee. With the workshop surrounded, their only way of reaching the car was via a girder that could get them into the neighboring building. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So they did traverse the girder. I thought they lowered it, but that works as well. There's the lion car. Full of the czars. And there's the bearded man, who looks familiar. That bearded man looks really familiar from the non-DLC part. Oh, I love this game. Commentary, case 01667J. Lead investigator, Roy Sampson. That's the guy we've been following. After completing my investigation of 1A Francis Kerr, I've come to a terrible realization. If this disarranger can do to others what it did to Officer Martins, there's no telling how dangerous it could be. Physical destruction, mental incapacitation, and an insidious method of application. In the wrong hands, it could do unspeakable things, and it appears to be in the wrong hands as we speak. I have to find out what they plan to do with it next. Cool. How do I get into the last thing? Or do I have to complete story before it lets me into the last thing? Maybe we have to complete story before it lets us into the last scenario. Okay. The Andia gang, headed by I don't know who, was one of 2 crime families in New Wells. Someone gained someone's trust? Favor? It's probably trust. By working on the Disarranger Heritage Project. And gave advice that weakened the other gang. Interesting. As revenge, the Andia gang planted a listening device, a tape recorder, in that one lady's office. She was Hildegard Bauer, right? In Hildegard Bauer's office. Which means it must be the Bauer gang, headed by Hildegard Bauer. And Hildegard Bauer gained Moira Meredith, who is the mayor, I think. She gained her favor? I really thought trust would be an option here. But it's probably favor. Okay, so they could obtain something that the Bauer gang was selling drugs. They were definitely selling drugs. I would have expected evidence to be an option here. There it is. They gave this evidence to Moira Meredith. We've got no evidence of that, but it's plausible. Or maybe they gave it to Roy Sampson. That'd make sense. Because he's the cop. When Roy Sampson a surprise raid. Press conference? Maybe they didn't give the evidence to Roy Sampson. I don't believe that. We don't have any proof of that. We don't know anything about this last part. I would have thought that'd be what the last scenario would give us. But we can't access the last scenario, right? We can't access the last scenario, which means they expect us to be able to fill this in. This is all correct, I think. When so-and-so announced a surprise press conference, so-and-so called for accelerated testing of a device, weapon, that could scramble people's minds, memories, using sound? What does it use? What does it use to scramble people's memories? Sound. Headphones. Using sound. So let's assume they gave the evidence to Moira Meredith. And when Moira Meredith announced a surprise press conference, Hildegard Bauer called for accelerated testing. She was the boss in the scenario. Yes! I would have liked evidence that they gave the evidence to Moira Meredith. Maybe we do have it. Unraveling, full of sound and fury. Cool. Hang on, let me go back. What the hell is this? Let me go back. Mayor Meredith lashes out at cops. She did do a press conference. She definitely did do a press conference. But there's no evidence that she was given... If we see any signs she knows, phase 2 testing will need to be done. So I guess that's the... They saw the sign that she knows, right? Okay. Let's check out this mad thing. I assume this is from the perspective of someone whose brain has been scrambled. The end of the tubes have been cut. Yes, go! Deflate her! Ruin her! Poison her! Deflate her! Cool. No, I will not be silenced, for I am a fool. I heed no hero. Cool. I assume this is like an assassination from someone's perspective who's had their mind scrambled. He looked at my wondrous scroll. Why does it make him worry? He is crazed. Here I am, but then I go. The work bell rings, and the kings arrive. The good twin must be let in. His departure creates a void. A hero is here, but is rebuffed. The void is filled by the evil twin. He hides his nature and unpicks his brother's work. The eyes and ears gather. Is there nowhere else for us to go? Is there nowhere else for us to go? There must be, because we've only done 5 spots. This is a... A pair of robots told the snake to deflate attack the balloon. Crossbow wielder shot the snake to protect the balloon. This is a heroic day. Well, maybe it's not a heroic day. This is a It's a scrambled memory is what it is. It's a scrambled memory. Cool. Hey look, it's the guy. Arbash, I go. Ketsamal. Trust in Echo Secunda. God, I wish I'd played the OG game more recently. Echo Secunda rings a lot of bells. A radio signal emitter. A portable microphone. I still think we should just kill her. No one can besmirch the name of Hildegard Bauer. That's the bodyguard. I suppose I should get moving as well. Secunda should know all the necessary details, Ms. Bauer. Isn't Echo Secunda an alias for the guy who takes over and starts his cult? Hey, Almarima! I think Echo Secunda was an alias for the dude. The dude who body swapped in the original. In the pre-DLC. Idiot! Senseless killing gets you caught. This way, we go unnoticed, and no one can trust her information ever again. Provided this works as well as it did in testing. So they're not going to kill the lady. They're going to scramble her mind. Cool. The speakers are hardwired to the podium. Yeah, they're going to scramble the mayor's mind. Okay, reporters should be here in about an hour. I suppose I'll have to wait until after the conference to get a coffee. Arrivals and departures. 8 a.m. Moira and security arrived. 8:30 a.m. Greg from Sonic Solutions arrived. 9:10 a.m. Greg from Sonic Solutions left. 9:45 a.m. Roy Sampson arrived. Left. He's the detective guy. So he's probably here to stop it happening. I wish you hadn't turned him away, Moira. Roy's a trustworthy man. If he says the phone is a risk, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Yeah. So Roy came here to warn them. Okay. But she turned him away. People of New Wells. Have to take responsibility here. It's my resignation. By trusting the wrong people, I failed you. Oh, I see. She's taken the responsibility. The Heritage Project was meant to keep the buildings of our community safe and build them back up to their former glory. Move to after identity revealed. Now, though, I've become an unwitting agent in their destruction, but I was not alone in this. So she's gonna out the drug dealers. A phone and 3 walkie-talkies. That's Ms. Meredith to you, and it's not just the phone. Walkie-talkies, hardwiring the speakers. I'm not sure if I believe sound can be that dangerous, but we know it can be. Class 3 labs. After cleaning of illicit materials, see drug schedule, page 317. Building may return to regular use. Class 4 labs. For public safety, buildings harboring Class 4 labs must be destroyed. Hey look, it's Roy's partner. I'm not sure what Roy's looking for, but I suppose it's not my concern. Just got to grab some backup. Yeah. It is your concern, buddy. Hey look, it's Roy. I saw your setup as I left. The microphone is hardwired to the speakers, and they're facing away from the mayor. That's right, Mr. Sampson. Good. I'm not too worried about the speakers. They only want to hit her, not a whole crowd. They need something close to her face, and they don't have that. Something wrong? Let me show you something, detective. If you see this note, did I leave my uniform in your locker by accident? I don't have a spare, and mine's been gone since it went out to the cleaners yesterday. Thanks, Paul. Someone stole his uniform. A speaker and a microphone contain the same basic internal components. When wired as a speaker, electrical signals are converted into sound. When wired as a microphone, sound is converted into electrical signals. So they're going to convert her microphone into a speaker and scramble her mind that way. Cool. Okay, memory match. I assume the crossbow is being used by Roy. The gun is being used by Roy. The balloon is Moira. I feel like I don't have enough information for the rest. Okay. So, Moira Meredith planned to announce her resignation, and that Hildegard Bauer had been using the Heritage Project as a front, I assume, or a cover to sell drugs. To manufacture drugs? Yeah, to manufacture drugs. I mean, I would have preferred if Cell was here, but it's fine. I assume she's manufacturing them as well. And I guess cover is fine. So-and-so planned to so-and-so planned to something so-and-so by scrambling her mind. Scrambling her memory. That was Hildegard Bauer who was planning. She was planning to stop Moira Meredith by scrambling her memory. Roy Swanson warned Moira Meredith, we know that, and her security, that sound could be dangerous. After talking to someone from someone worried that the something could become a something. Microphone could become a speaker. After talking to that engineer, what was his name? The engineer from Sonic Solutions. And then Roy Sampson. Not Roy Swanson. Roy Sampson worried the microphone could become a speaker. What was the guy from Sonic Solutions called? What was your name, buddy? Paul. Call from Sonic Solutions. After returning to the conference and something at the something, someone realized a something had something himself as a something, and something a something to the something. So something, something's the something. Shit. After returning to the conference and looking at the microphone, Roy Sampson realized a Sonic realized a cool, that's a tough one. Shouldn't there be another time frame for us? Maybe not. Maybe we have to solve these before we get the next time frame. Look at my wondrous scroll. Memory match. I assume the gun is being used by Roy. The balloon is Moira, I think. Deflate her, ruin her, poison her, deflate her. Wow, this is tricky. That would be the security. I assume. And did Roy shoot the speaker? I assume that is the microphone, right? No, that's the microphone. I don't know who that would be. The end of the tubes have been cut. So this is sound. That's the speakers. I think. That would be the audience. Or the reporters. That would be... What would the scroll be? He looked at my wondrous scroll. Why does it make him worry? He's crazed. My wondrous scroll. Also, did Roy Sampson get his memory scrambled? Because that'd be unfortunate. That'd be really sad. Roy Sampson shot the microphone. He realized a... Bauer gangster had disguised. We know that because they stole the uniform. Bauer gangster had disguised himself as a technician. And attached a speaker to the So I think Greg from Sonic Solutions is the fake guy. That's the device, which is using the gem from the, this is the golden idol. This is the internals of the golden idol. A radio receiver. And that's his overalls. So he attached a receiver. Attached a receiver to the... Is receiver an option? Yeah, it attached a receiver to the microphone. And he disguised himself as a... something technician. Sound technician? 2 or fewer incorrect. I'll take that. I'll totally take that. And it might be worried that the microphone could become... No. Right, let's go through it. Moira Meredith planned to announce her resignation. True. And Hildegard Bauer had been using the Heritage Project as a cover to manufacture drugs. True. Although I really thought it was to sell drugs, but it's fine. Sell isn't an option. She planned to stop Moira Meredith by scrambling her memory. True. Roy Sampson warned Moira Meredith and her security that sound could be dangerous. True. After talking to Paul from Sonic Solutions, Roy Sampson worried the microphone could become a speaker. True. After returning to the conference and looking at the microphone, Roy Sampson realized a Bauer gangster had disguised himself as a sound technician and attached a receiver to the microphone. So Roy Sampson shot the microphone. Maybe he shot the receiver. Okay, he definitely shot the microphone, and that means 2 of these are wrong. That means 2 of these are wrong. I'm not 100% sold on sound technician. I'm not 100% sold on sound technician. It could be speaker technician. No, it's definitely sound technician. Well, it's definitely sound. I really feel like all of this is correct. I really feel like it's correct. What could be wrong? What could be wrong? This really all looks right. It all looks right. But two things are not correct. I'm pretty sure Roy Sampson shot the microphone, which would be unfortunate, but let's just check that. Yeah, he did. This is all true. It's all true. It's all true. Except for... No, it really is to manufacture drugs. Is it really cover? Yeah, it really is cover. I can't possibly see anything that would be wrong here. It all looks correct. It really looks correct. He did warn them that sound could be dangerous, right? I'm not sure I believe sound can be that dangerous. Yeah. And they locked away all of their sound-related stuff in the safe. So he definitely warned her and her security that sound could be dangerous. And he talked to Paul from Sonic Solutions. He didn't talk to Greg from Sonic Solutions. Greg... Isn't Greg fake? I thought Greg was fake. How would we know that this guy's called Greg? Oh, I saw your setup as I left. So no, he is Greg. Which means now... only one thing is wrong. One thing is wrong. Maybe he didn't look at the microphone. Maybe he looked at... Because if he could look at the microphone, why would he need to shoot it? Looking at the roster. That's cool and all, but I'm sure the roster didn't mention anything. Interesting. Now we get the aftermath. Cool. Oh, security guy died. That's the disarranger. It broke. That's Roy. Against all odds, we rise not as conquerors, but as protectors of a galaxy that will remember this day forever. Yeah, Roy's gone crazy. No, not Roy. He was like a mainstay. Am I historian or history? Our escape, his weapon. Our hunger, my service. He went crazy as well. Interesting. Interesting. Unhand me! I don't know what that woman told you, but I run a legitimate business, and you brutalized my employees. She's got earphones to protect herself. Where did Roy end up? He was guarding the side street. No. This is gonna be a nightmare. This is gonna be a goddamn nightmare. Okay, Roy started outside. Roy went into the green building. Roy went down a corridor. Roy got jumped by a guy with a power fist. Roy got punched in the face. Roy punched back and knocked his hat off. The guy grabbed Roy's arm. The guy took Roy's gun. Roy summoned a magical blast from his hand? Which destroyed the device? Roy grabbed the device. That's the device. Roy grabbed the device. And it triggered it. And it scrambled all their memories. What? I've got 2 of these in the wrong order. Oh. He knocked the hat off first. Cool. And then this is his perspective of what happened. Oh, shit. This is a tricky one, isn't it? Oh, look, there's the chicken place. He stole the food. Was that the first thing that happened? Well, he was thinking about food. We don't know what would have happened before then. But this is the events from the original thing. A chest. Ninjas. They captured him and took him to the boss. He killed one of them. They captured him. After he killed one of them, they shot his car. That's his scooter. They shot his scooter. So they did that after this. He was thinking about food. When did he steal the food? Was it directly afterwards? When did he choke a man to death? That's him following a car, I assume. What the actual F? The Queen said good job after he killed someone. Okay, well. Let's assume the first thing that happened was he got his scooter. We could really use more intel. What was he saying? Am I historian or history? Our escape, his weapon. Our hunger, my service. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. These are the events of the previous scenario. We know that he stole food. We know that then they shot his tire. We know that then he cut down the tree. Then they captured him. And they took him to the Queen. And she was like, "You're really cool." This must be him getting the device. This must be him getting the device. Oh, he was saying we can use the device to scramble the Queen, the other Queen, her memories. And she's like, that's a great idea. That's him getting the device from the sword. Getting the device from somewhere, right? But where does this fit in? I'm pretty confident the rest of this is correct. This implies knowledge about the device that we don't really have. Like, where would this fit in? The keys! He killed a man, took his keys, and got the scooter. Then, he followed... He saw them put the chest in the wagon. He followed the wagon. He saw them move it into there. He saw that place get attacked. He saw that get thrown out. And then he grabbed it. Oh, I'm so good! Now, I'll grant you, I've got no idea what half of that means or what it's relating to. But that's pretty cool. After escaping the asylum, Secunda, I'm pretty sure he's Secunda. He salvaged its last working idol to create the Disarranger. I'm pretty sure that's Secunda. Secunda was the guy who got his memory swapped. I don't recall him getting put in an asylum, but it's reasonable that he would have. And the idol, I remember, was at the TV station because they were gonna display, they were gonna put something on the TV that would do something to everyone's minds. I can't remember what. And he followed the Tsars that... No, not the Tsars. The Tsars are the tigers. Maybe he followed the Ornithopter. when he was captured by the Tsars, Hildegard offered to... No, Secunda offered to help Hildegard by turning the Disarranger into a more powerful weapon. Okay, I'm pretty sure all that's correct except Ornithopter. I don't know who he would have followed there. He followed the... He didn't follow the Tsars, because they didn't go to the TV station. I feel like, why would he have followed reporters? This is definitely true. Definitely true. Couldn't be more true. This... Let's just test something. If this definitely couldn't be more true, then that means two things up here are wrong. Two things up here are wrong. I'm pretty sure TV station's correct. It certainly is. He definitely salvaged the last working idol to create the Disarranger. It's definitely Secunda. He definitely escaped the asylum. For sure. Well. Yeah, he definitely escaped the asylum. That's for sure. So what the hell is wrong? How can two things be wrong? How can two things be wrong? He definitely followed a vehicle to the TV station, right? He definitely followed a vehicle there. Which makes me think it's the Ornithopter. Now we can check that. Okay, it's not the Ornithopter. What did he follow to the TV station? He didn't follow the Tsars there. He followed these green guys there. Although he wasn't really following the guys, he was following the device, right? But the device was in a vehicle of some sort. Did he follow the device? He followed the device. Okay. So he followed the idol the TV station. He salvaged its last working parts. He salvaged its last working parts to create the disarranger. Nice. Cool-ish. Okay, what do we know? Oh, this is the fight. As his final act, Roy Sampson took back his gun and destroyed the disarranger. It scrambled both of their minds, both of their memories. He activated the disarranger, and it was Roy who did it. They both lost their earmuffs. So that was Roy Sampson and Echo Secunda. And then Echo Secunda took Roy Sampson's gun and prepared to shoot. Roy Sampson followed I feel like he... Oh no, look, he followed him. There's his leg. He followed him. He followed Echo Secunda, but was attacked. Ambushed? He was ambushed. Which means that Roy Sampson saw that Echo Secunda had fled, escaped into an abandoned store. It's an abandoned store, right? It's not an abandoned suit. It's not an abandoned ship. It's an abandoned store. After the arrest of... Who got arrested? He got arrested. However, he's not in the list. So she probably got arrested. Nice! I'm killing it. Except we haven't done the memory match. You've solved the scenario. No, I haven't. After saving May Meredith from having her memories disarranged by the Bowers, Roy chased down Secunda and the Disarranger. In order to take out both threats, Roy chose to sacrifice his own memories so he could disarrange Secunda's. Then he took back his gun to destroy the Disarranger. So she's in prison. What are you in for? I've solved it! The rug tam made a sauce out of this gum chewer. I can't believe we have to work with this guy. Oh, that's funny. They let him keep his job. Hey, Roy Sampson is still the finest detective we have. If he says he's solved it, then he's solved it. Ah, here it is. Rugtan. So the landlord did it. Nice. Good. I thought he was going to be screwed for life. That was awesome. Patient file. Toussaint. That's right, Toussaint. and I think Toussaint is Echo Secunda. I've been seeing the patient for a few months now, and his progress has been interesting. On certain days, he retains his defiant attitude, while on others, he's far more amiable. Regardless, he persists in his strange perceptions of the world. The defiant Oriole speaks a form of Lemurian, though when I send transcripts to translators, they tell me it makes no sense. This seems to match my experience with the amiable Oriole. He speaks Albonian, at least to some degree. When asked to recount our sessions, he understands the question, but relays events consistently out of order and uses strange terms. He refers to me as Snowman, perhaps due to my white coat. I found recent success with Oriole by giving him access to a typewriter. He types out large passages in Albonian and Lemurian, and is compiling them into a larger work. The amiable Oriole seems excited about what he's writing, describing it as wondrous crumbs from a devil. If I can help him find happiness moving forward, I suppose I too will call it wondrous. Nice. But we're not done. We're not done. We need to finish the memory match. This is the receiver, right? This is the transmitter, the emitter. And the scroll is the roster? Okay, I guess we are done with it. Cool. He looked at my scroll. Why does it make him worry? He's crazed. It really was the roster. Awesome. Nice. First DLC done. We've got 3 to go. That was the Sins of New Wells. Next up, the Lemurian Phoenix. And I will be right back. I am back. Let's jump in. Lemurian Phoenix. Ooh, I like the Lemurian stuff. The Lemurians are the guys who invented the golden idol back in the day. At least I think they are. Prepare for the strange saga of the Lemurian Phoenix, in which ancient prophecies, divine revelations, and royal decrees shape history. Cool. Welcome to Lemuria. Royal blood. Celebrations turn sour at Tikor Palace. Your king loves you. Don't forget to tune in to 104.9 FM for His Majesty's Solstice speech on Monday. Goodbye, goodbye. Off we go, driver. The old fart edited out all my best turns of phrase and replaced them with played out cliches. My section's gonna sound so pathetic. When I'm queen, I'll give the public something to tune in for. Yeah. Give it a rest, sis. You've as much chance of wearing that crown as the sun does of rising in the west. I'm next. Get over it. That's a surefire way to get yourself killed. Well, well. Look who's dashing off as soon as their section's been recorded. Good riddance, then. More grub for many. Dear Mr. LeBop, you are cordially invited to attend the King's renowned summer solstice celebration at Tikor Palace. The festivities will run for 24 hours, commencing at 4 PM on Saturday, with traditional dancing in the ballroom at both sunset and sunrise, and refreshments on the balcony throughout. Naturally, His Majesty will be occupied in meetings with his various advisors, fine-tuning and recording the sections of his speech they've written, ahead of the national radio broadcast. However, his two charming children will be available to represent the family. Sincerely, Tikor Palace. Is that his two charming children? I guess so. Cool. King Lutri Manzek. He looks really happy to be king. Becca, really? It's now well past my meeting time. Why can't you just let me in? Your Majesty, happy summer solstice. I hope you'll enjoy this fine champagne. Outside visitor protocol. Arrival. Mrs. Shabak will meet you at the outer gates. From there, she'll take you through security and into the waiting hall. When His Majesty's ready for you, he'll call for Mrs. Shabak to let you into the cabinet. I bet he's dead. I bet the king's dead. Departure. When His Majesty's finished with you, he will call for Mrs. Shabak to let you out. She will then escort you either off the palace grounds, if you're not attending the celebration, or back to the ballroom or balcony, if you are. Cool. Please be patient. I'm only following the orders His Majesty gave me when his last meeting ended. He clearly stated he'll tell us when he's ready, and I'm not to disturb him till then. Meetings. Meeting 1, Princess Lever. Meeting 2, High Guardian. Meeting 3, Justice Minister. Meeting 4, Intelligence Director. Meeting 5, Prince Zarek. Meeting 6, First Sentinel. Meeting 7, Propaganda Chief. There's his champagne. Place gift here. No guns, no knives. King Lorin Manzek. Has he got a different hat? He does. Different scepter as well. King's quarters. Okay. Cool. Bastards probably spent more money reframing those paintings of his vanity and his predecessors than I'll earn all year. Yeah, but you're not king, buddy. Orders for Tristan Zeldorf. Guard cabinet door through solstice celebrations. No one is to enter or leave unless ushered by Mrs. S. If you ever must leave your post, e.g. for bathroom break, ensure one of the other guards covers for you. Keep close eye on visitors waiting in hall. He's got a loaded rifle. Cool. He is dead. Oh, I knew he was going to be dead. King Orant Manzek. King Vanto Manzek. A sword. A yellow ribbon. Interesting. I bet that yellow ribbon really ties the whole case together. Oh, it's part of the tape. Look, it was cut and spliced. Your Majesty, here's the section I've prepared for your solstice speech. Resolve. The day Lemurians shy away from bold decisions, we're finished as a society. That's why the orders I've given recently do not disturb me. Until I tell you I'm ready to end our struggle for unity, you must all embrace it. See, look, it's been cut. And thrown in the trash. Interesting. Trapdoor is unlocked. He has a trapdoor where the person he's meeting sits. The window's locked from the inside. Gifts. An ancient Lemurian seal. They hold memories. In the main game, you learn all about these. You can use the golden idol to put someone's memories in one of these things. And then you can transfer them into someone else. A bottle of wine. A small vase of flowers. An ornamental frog. An ornamental egg. A bronze statuette. A medium-sized vase of flowers. A large vase of flowers. Cool. Tea and crumpets. And then the dead guy. The man is not breathing. Yeah, no shit. Is that really everything? Yeah, I guess it is. Cool. Right. Names. Who is who? Whom is whom? Well, we know this guy is, what was his name? Triskan something. Something Triskan. Triskan Zeldorf. Zeldorf. Cool. We know that she is Mrs. Shabak. Becca Shabak. Becca Shabak. This guy is waiting for his meeting. How many gifts does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 gifts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why does he have an extra gift? Is he the propaganda chief? Why does he have an extra gift? Maybe Mrs. Shabak gave him a gift? Right, this lady, when I'm queen, I'm next, get over it. So they are the siblings. Bro and sis. Which means... What's the king's name? He's got a really dumb name. What's his name? Manzek. Something Manzek. Something Manzek. His name is something Manzek. Manzek. They all just call him His Majesty. This guy's many something. Also, that's the balcony, right? So those three have had their meeting. That makes sense. And who's this guy? Who the hell is this guy? Can't be the king, right? And who the hell is this guy? It's well past my meeting time. Look, there's a trail of blood all the way from the recording machine. We must know this guy's first name from somewhere. Where would we have learnt that guy's first name? So he's Lebop. Is he Lebop Many? No, it's Mr. Lebop. He's Many Lebop. Many Lebop. If these are his kids, then they are Manzeks as well. Cool. But who the crap is this guy? Unless he's not the king. I feel like he is the king. Also, they don't look anything like their family members. What the hell is the king's name? Unless king is an option here. No. Thought it might be. King Manzek. Maybe there's a naming convention. Orant. Vanto. Lauren. Lutri. No, there's no naming convention. What the crap is the king's name? So we know it's Lever and Zarek are the two. Lever Manzek and Zarek Manzek. Which leaves us with this dude. There's 7 gifts. There's 8 gifts. 8 gifts. 8 gifts is too many gifts. Thing is, why would the first sentinel have killed him? The prince killing him, I can understand. But why would the first sentinel kill him? Who even is the first sentinel? I doubt this guy's the first sentinel. We've got, like, no intel on who this guy is. We've got no intel as to who that guy is. Except that he's probably the propaganda minister. And maybe he's the first sentinel? You'd think the king would be the dude out here, though. What's interesting is he's wearing a spotted cape. And there's kind of spotted capey stuff in the trash. Although it looks like that might actually be wrapping paper. Let's go to events for a sec. To escape, someone used the trapdoor, I think. And something of someone who then something the killer. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? The killer edited out the dude from the transcript, right? So I think the last part who then edited the killer out. I feel like we're missing some vital intel here. Afterwards, the killer something the body. Looted the body? He took the cape so that everyone would think he's alive. But that doesn't make sense. Looted the body. Moved the body, but the body doesn't look like it's been moved. Well, actually, the body totally does look like it's been moved. Unless the killer got a lot of blood on them. The body does look like it's been moved. Does the king wear glasses? I don't know how we'd know such a thing. Oh look, one of the curtains is missing. That's what's in the trash. The curtain. Why is one of the curtains in the trash? I don't believe in edited the killer out anymore. We need this guy's name. We need this guy's name. Let's go back to names. There has to be a way for us to get this guy's name and this guy's name. He's probably the killer. But what I don't understand is if they're all expecting him to be in there doing meetings, why the king is out there waving. Now I'm assuming it's the king because he's wearing a robe. But to be fair, the pictures, do they show them wearing robes? No. Not really. So maybe that's a false assumption. I just feel like the king isn't really wearing appropriate clothing. I'm also assuming this is the king. And what did I say earlier? You fixate on one assumption and everything goes wrong. However, you know what we do need to do? Is we need to figure out what the hell the king's name is. How the crap would we learn the king's name? I feel like there's no intel about the king's name anywhere. Anywhere. Look who's dashing off as soon as their section's been recorded. That's not supposed to be the king. I feel like there's no information whatsoever about what the king's name is. There's like no information about what the king's name is. But it's also possible that he's not the king. This is tricky. Orant Vanto. Lauren Lutry. Orant Vantro. Lauren Lutry. They are the kings. And they are all Manzex. We know that for sure. Then we've got Lever and Zarek are also Manzex. But they're the kids. Right? So that's all the Manzex that we know of. Then we've got Many Labop. Is a minister of some kind. We've got Tristan Zeldorf. Is this guy. We've got Becca Shabak. Is this lady. Which means we've got no names left. We've got First Sentinel. We've got Propaganda Minister. We've got High Guardian. We've got Justice Minister. We've got Intelligence Director. And we've got... Oh, it's Propaganda Chief. Propaganda Chief. Justice Minister. Intelligence Director. Right? So, riddle me this. If this guy is the king... He's not any of these. He's not any of these. He would have to have the same name as one of his kids or one of his predecessors. And I just don't believe that's true. Therefore, I think the king killed someone. And that this is not the king. That's what I think. Now. People went onto the balcony, right? Which is out here. which makes this the ballroom. I know it doesn't look like a ballroom, but I think it does make this the ballroom. King's cabinet. No, I don't think it. I don't think. This is the place, right? You got the checkpoint. You've got yeah, that makes sense. So this is the cabinet, which is there. You got the ballroom, and then it just takes us to the balcony. So we don't know if anyone's in the ballroom. That's what I was trying to figure out. Do we know if anyone's in the ballroom? Because if we look at the schedule, it's Lever, High Guardian Justice Minister, Intelligence Director, Zarek, Sentinel, Propaganda Chief. We know the fact that there's 8 gifts is really messing with me. Because he's only got 7 meetings. And he clearly hasn't done one of them. At least one of them. But I think we can reasonably reliably assume that this guy's the propaganda chief. I'm following the orders His Majesty gave me when his last meeting ended. That means that he wasn't dead at the end of the meeting. But why would he kill the first Sentinel? Why would he kill the first Sentinel? And who the crap is this guy? I think he's the first Sentinel. I really believe he's the first Sentinel. So who the crap died? You would think it'd be the last person he met with. Do we know if it's evening, midnight, or morning? We know it's not midnight. The fact that he said you've as much chance of wearing that crown as the sun does of rising in the west is probably there in case you don't know that the sun rises in the east, right? Plausible. Which means there's also a reason that this has north, south, east, west. So, we can see their shadows are quite long. Which means the sun is currently in the east, which means it's the morning. Which I really feel like does not help us, because we knew it was the morning. We knew it was the damn morning. God damn it. So it's the morning. He has to be the propaganda chief. Which means the dead guy is probably the first sentinel. But then that means, who the crap is this guy? Because he says, I'm next, get over it. Which means he's the prince. Which means he had the first meeting of the day. Right? He had the first meeting of the day. Look who's dashing off as soon as their section's been recorded. That means he was the last person to have a meeting. Which makes him the first sentinel. So he had his meeting in the morning. Then he had his meeting. Which means... the first sentinel... I want to say the first sentinel's dead, and this guy's pretending to be the first sentinel, which is why we don't see his face. But surely they would all see his face. But if that's the case... who the crap is the killer? And who did they kill? And who is the king? This is a disaster. As someone... hang on. As someone recorded his section, I assume. No, recorded his speech. Someone killed him with a dagger from a... dagger from a... Is there any hint that a dagger was anywhere here? Maybe the statuette was holding a dagger. The statuette was holding a dagger? That makes sense. You know, when I saw it, I was like, that's not a dagger, that's a sword. But if it's a sword from a statuette, maybe it is a dagger. So, killed him with a dagger from a statuette. Afterwards, the killer moved the body. But why? 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 What if Becca Shabak is in on it? Here's the section he was recording at the time. Which I'll grant you doesn't help as much. Resolve. No, it really doesn't help us. Do you not think it feels like the king should have been the one who was killed? I'm missing something like super obvious. I just don't know what it could be. Except that the first sentinel is probably the killer. Except, first sentinel killed him with a dagger doesn't really make sense. It'd be the first sentinel. To escape, blank something the something, and something it for something, who then something the something, something the killer something. I am actually reasonably convinced now that that is edited the killer out. But... all signs seriously point to this guy being the king. He's in the king's chair. He's got a similar sort of body structure to all these previous kings. He's in the king's room. But that just brings us right back to... what is the king's name? Two or fewer are incorrect. He is the king. Okay, well that clears that up. If he is the king, then how the hell are we supposed to know his first name? We've accounted for every single name. Unless he's Chief Manzek. Which he isn't. We've accounted for every name. Every name is accounted for. They're his ancestors. They're his kids. They're his staff. They're just people's titles. What the crap is the king's name? There's nothing. There's nothing. Nothing to tell us his name. Nobody's referring to him by first name. Like, what up, Bob? Because he's the king. And if he's named after one of his ancestors, there's no clues implying that. There's no clues implying that. However, it does massively imply that the first Sentinel killed him. Which is good to know. What's interesting, right, is if I do that, 2 or fewer are incorrect, right? And if I do that, 2 or fewer are incorrect. So that means it's really just his first name. Everything else is correct, which we kind of knew. It's just his first name. Maybe his name's Manzek. No. There's nothing. There's actually nothing to tell us his first name. And I find it hard to believe he's supposed to trial and error it. Like, oh, maybe he is named after one of his ancestors. I find that very hard to believe. Yeah, he's not named after one of his ancestors. He didn't name his kid after himself. None of the first names work for him. Which then implies that it's a title. But Chief Manzek is the only one I could think of. But let's say I try every single name, right? Which I don't like doing, but I've now tried every possible combination. So what the F is his name? What the F is his name? I mean, I guess I haven't tried every possible combination, but he's not going to be called Zeldorf Manzak. What's your name, Manzek? See, look, there's your proof, right? There's your proof that Manzek is correct. But then I've tried every possibility for his first name. I've tried them all. Lutri? No. Lauren? No. Vanto? No. Orant? No. Manzek? No. Many? No. Triskan? No. Becca? No. Shabak? No. Zeldorf? No. Labop? No. Justice? No. Propaganda? No. Intelligence? No. High? No. First? No. Minister? No. Chief? No. Director? No. Guardian? No. Sentinel? No. So what the actual F? That means something else is wrong. Because he's not the propaganda minister. He's the propaganda chief. But that still doesn't help me get this guy's name. But it does mean... that he might be named after one of his ancestors. His name's Lutri Manzek. How am I supposed to know that, though? I don't like doing that. How am I supposed to know his name is Lutri Manzek? This is Lutri Manzek. Is the implication that this is him? There has to be a way to know that he's Lutri Manzek, right? And the only intel we've got is this picture of him. Which basically looks like this guy. Except he's got more tired eyes. There's no way. There's no way you're supposed to look at that. Is there any other picture of the king anywhere? I don't get it. But okay, events. Now we can do this. As Lutri Manzek recorded his speech, someone killed him with a dagger. Now, I think it was the first minister who killed him, but the first sentinel. You can't really say first sentinel killed him with a dagger. To escape, we know a curtain was used. So-and-so did something to something. They opened the trapdoor and somethinged it. They unlocked the trapdoor. They unlocked the window. They unlocked the window. and opened it for someone who edited the killer out. Okay, I think Zarek Manzek killed him. I think that makes sense. No one else has got a motive. And then this doesn't make sense to me, because it doesn't make sense to me because it's very hard to put into words, but it starts off with the killer killing him, right? Which seems obvious. But then the killer had to escape. And also let someone in. I'm assuming they let someone in. I'm assuming they let someone in. But then how does that work? Like, surely the person outside would have had to see the person leaving. They would have had to see the person leaving. And, like, the lady who's running everything, right? She's been given orders. Look at this. She says, "I'm following the orders His Majesty gave me when his last meeting ended," which means he was alive at the end of his last meeting. So how did the killer get in? How did the killer get in? And surely they would have just got out the same way they came in. Surely. Surely. Is there any evidence of who the killer is? Not really. I'm assuming this guy's the killer just because he's like, "I'm next. Get over it." Or that he's the killer because he left in a hurry. But there's no real evidence of either of those things. And why would she kill him when she's not next in line for the throne? That's the closest thing to a motive that we see. It is the closest thing to a motive. But it's not much of one. This whole scenario is confusing me. How were we supposed to know that his name was Lutri? How are we supposed to know who the killer is? I feel like I'm missing something glaringly obvious. Glaringly obvious. And yet I also feel like there's no real information. There's no information. Except that there was some editing done, which is what made me think they edited the killer out of the recording. Which makes sense. But who edited the killer out? Who? And I'm pretty sure they unlocked the window and opened it. For someone. So if we're saying Zarek Manzek killed him, he wouldn't need to escape. And opened it for First Sentinel? This is going to say it's totally wrong. Yeah. There's no evidence that Zarek Manzek is the killer. I'm pretty sure all of that is correct. Although I don't know why the killer would have moved the body. This killing just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. There's no motive. There's no reasonable order of operations. Maybe once I understand it, I'll be like, ah. But, well, that ain't there yet. And this doesn't make sense, because it's... Why is he doing something for someone to escape? See, that maybe doesn't make sense. To escape, they did something. What could they have possibly done to escape? Now, the trapdoor seems the obvious way of escaping, right? I'm actually lost. I'm legitimately lost. Now, if I go here, there is a hints option, but I'm loath to use it because I've never had to use it, and all the information should be here. But the only thing I'm really sure about is that he was recording his speech. Someone killed him with a dagger from the statuette. And the killer moved the body. Everything else is very hard to infer. It's very, very hard to infer. Because he has to have died during the meeting. Otherwise, how did the killer get in? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Do not disturb me until I tell you I'm ready. Do not disturb me until I tell you I'm ready. Do not disturb me until I tell you I'm ready. I think I've cracked the code. He clearly stated he will tell us when he's ready and that I'm not to disturb him till then. So he did die during the meeting. Okay, I understand. I don't know who the killer is, but I understand. It clicked, and I didn't have to use the stupid hints. They edited the speech and played it for Becca Shabak. Remember I said, surely she has to be in on it, who then let the killer out. Which means the killer is the first sentinel. Which is why they were leaving so fast. And the trapdoor and the window are red herrings. Yes! Oh my god, that was an ordeal. And I still don't know how you're supposed to know the king's name. I still don't know how you were supposed to know the king's name, but oh, I'm glad I figured that out. Maybe the pressure of potentially having to resort to hints pushed my mind into gear. I bet that was right painful to watch. You've solved the scenario. The first sentinel was able to get a dagger past security because it formed part of his gift for the king. After killing the royal and moving the body, the first sentinel hastily mopped up most of the blood with a curtain. Why, though? Because the king... I mean, what? They're going to go in there and the king's going to be dead and they're going to go, oh, well, there's no blood, so... I guess he didn't want to get blood on him. That's why. He then edited the recording of the king reading the speech segment he'd written. So it said, "We are finished. Do not disturb me until I tell you I'm ready." On hearing this over the speaker system, the usher escorted the killer out without suspecting anything. Yeah. But we don't know why the king was called Lutri. And that is legitimately doing my head in. I don't know why he was called Lutri. And I'm not going to dwell on it, but there's seriously nothing. There's no way of knowing that this is the current king. Other than the slight chin he's got. Nobody else has a slight chin. Nobody else has a slight chin, right? He's got a slight chin. That's literally the only thing you could use to guess that he's Lutri. The slight chin. So let's go with that. Cool. Ash Intelligence Agency. Office of Research and Reports. Declassified. Monitoring Lemurian technological progress. Confidential. Background. Around 800 BC, High Guardian Trefal Ozol ordered the burning down of universities and libraries throughout Lemuria. His goal was to restrain technological advancement, which had spiraled out of control with censored. At the same time, the Lemurian Empire's various territories united under the current flag. To reflect this, they also adopted the following national motto: "After the Inferno, only one shall rise, bearing the mark of the universe, Because of the information lost during this period, the modern population is largely ignorant of this history. Many believe the motto to be an ancient spiritual prophecy. Cool. Eternity's End. A spiritual leader meets an unexpected fate. Newcomer's Handbook. Gardening duties continued. Evening. During the evening, you may rest. Cooking duties. Morning. Serve everyone their own leftovers from the previous evening's meal. Afternoon. During the afternoon fast, you may take time off to meditate or study. Evening. Cook, bless, and serve a hearty yet simple meal of spiced rice. When setting the table, remember, the longer a dedicant's been here, the closer to the first sentinel's end of the table they have the honor of sitting. First sentinel, 1, 2, 3. Cool. Mint. Jasmine. Chili. There's the tables. I guess we'll figure out their seating arrangements based on leftovers. Chili powder. Coriander. Cumin. Mint. Jasmine. Mustard seeds. Make your rice twice as nice. Wild mix. Mint leaves, mustard seeds, coriander seeds. Fresh mix. Mint leaves, chili powder, mustard seeds. Mild mix. Jasmine leaves, coriander seeds, cumin seeds. Earth mix. Jasmine leaves, chili powder, cumin seeds. Cool. Okay. I felt sick after dinner last night, but it passed quickly. At first I assumed it must be food poisoning. Then after I began vomiting foam, I thought maybe the virus had returned. Now though, I finally understand. My body knew something was wrong with First Sentinel Nagasi. As First Sentinel Nagasi's scribe of 28 years, I feel it my duty to document the morning's tragic events. By the time I awoke, Kwanzaa was already laying the table. When I came outside, I saw her knock for First Sentinel Nagasi, but no one answered, so she let herself into his quarters. A few moments later, she emerged and told us all the terrible news. He too had fallen ill, but he had died in his sleep. Ori and Koi have now been allowed in to see their father, while the rest of us wait outside. Gresto. So is he Gresto? The same thing happened to me. I threw up all foamy after dinner, but soon I was fine again. I wonder why only us two seem to have been affected. Perhaps we've unknowingly reached a higher level of empathy than the others, which allowed us to feel the First Sentinel's energy moving through us in his final moments. Doubtful. You shouldn't feel sick, or sad for that matter. You should feel nothing in particular, for he is not gone. His consciousness has simply been redistributed. Now come on, I've already laid the table. Let's eat breakfast. You don't want last night's leftovers going to waste. No, I think I would not be eating last night's leftovers. If a dude had just died. Presumably from poisoning. Waterfall Proclamations. December 4th, 1912. First Sentinels may not accept donations. They must do away with material goods and wealth. February 13th, 1915. When a First Sentinel dies, his eldest son succeeds him. If the First Sentinel had no sons, there can be no new First Sentinel till another is chosen by the universe to fulfill the ancient prophecy. November 23rd, 1915. In the case of twins, there can be 2 first sentinels. June 3rd, 1939. Sin is no longer to be met with punishment, but compassion. November 24th, 1940. The first true first sentinel Nagasi, will live forever. Cool. That didn't turn out to be true. Well, unless his consciousness was distributed. Duties rota: cooking, cleaning, gardening, overnight watch, washing, water collection. Dedicants Nosy, Raffelli, and Tranter. Excellent work lately. The universe will surely reward you. Boys, I expect the same output from you as from any other dedicant. Raise your standards. Bath. Antiemetics. Avoid alcohol during usage period. Prescribed by Jolene Prenzy. Homeopathic Solution 104. Moondrift. Prescribed by Raylo Krish. Calm and Restore. Moisturizer. Ingredients: clear jojoba oil. Jasmine petal paste. Mouthwash. Toothbrush. Straight razor. Cool. What's this? A dead donkey with foaming mouth. And a suspiciously square patch on its belly. Interesting. A rubber glove. A chest with unopened gin and a book. Method continued. 5. Start timer and observe effects. 6. After test, clean equipment in water. Result: only took 7 minutes to reach stage 1 and another 15 for the full effect. Conclusion: the method works. Ready to proceed. So they were assassinating this guy. But why? Why? That's the next riddle to be solved. No, he really is dead. The man is not breathing. Yeah. A bucket filled with vomit. From what everyone's told me, it sounds like the virus you all had a couple of weeks ago is going round again. Surprising, though. I'd have expected you all to be immune from getting it a second time. It's also strange, Mr. Nagasi succumbed to the virus, while 2 others who caught it again seem to have shaken it off. We'll need a full autopsy to get to the bottom of this. Patient history: Pravi Nagasi. Known conditions: suffered severe burns as a young man. Otherwise, remarkably fit and healthy for his age. Ongoing recommendations: cover burn areas from direct sunlight. Moisturize burn areas each night before bed. There was something in the moisturizer. Copy of notes from previous appointments. November 10th, 1940. Symptoms: foamy vomit. Diagnosis: NDP virus. Prescription: antiemetics, fluids, and rest. Notes: all followers also infected. Some insist on taking Quack's medicine. Equipment must be washed in pure alcohol between tests to remove all contaminants. Absolutely not. No man of his position should ever be made to suffer such an indignity, in life or in death. Patient history. Pravi Nagasi. Known conditions. Blessed with Mark of Universe, age 25. Destined to live forever. Ongoing recommendations. Get plenty of sun on face as sign of respect for the fire that marked you. Embrace rather than treat the marks with which you've been blessed. Copy of notes from previous appointment. Date, November 10th, 1940. Symptoms, foamy vomit. Diagnosis, solar plexus chakra blockages. Prescription, homeopathic solution 104. Notes, all followers also affected. Some are so arrogant as to favour Western medicine. Lemurian homeopathy. Like cures like. If a certain substance normally causes a particular symptom, a homeopathic remedy made from that substance will cure the illness that produces the same symptom. Homeopathic remedies are made by repeatedly diluting the active ingredient until not a single speck remains. Just water. Okay, so you've got insomnia. An alternate cause of the symptom is coffee. So drink some coffee. You've got hay fever. It makes you cry. An alternate cause of the symptom is onions. So have some onions. Maybe it works. Who's to say? Friday. Today's my son's 25th birthday, making them the same age as I was when I fulfilled the ancient prophecy and took on this mantle. Kwanzaa is concerned, our boys are not worthy of their destinies. I must admit, I am too. Her intuition has developed impressively since she first arrived here, days before the second proclamation. She's become a fine mother. Saturday. Everything is clear now. The waterfall agrees, and the universe has provided a solution that does not contradict any past proclamations. I will reveal the message this evening. Sunday. First thing this morning, before anyone else was awake, I found our stupid goat escaped again. Must have chewed through his rope last night while we were all asleep, as he was definitely there when everyone went to bed yesterday. I think someone stole the goat to do experiments on. Don't you see? It's as I've been telling everyone for over a year now. Our father never truly understood the waterfall's proclamations. Clearly, it's his spirit that will survive eternally. I'll take this and pass it around outside when you're done. Vote. Should there be an autopsy? Ori says no. That means this guy's Ori. How is this even possible after the waterfall's proclamation just the other day? How will we go on without him? He looks like Neil Patrick Harris. Right, I'll be right back. Right, I am back. Now, seats. I don't think we can solve the seats yet. We need more information. First thing to work out is everyone's names. So this guy, we know for a fact, is Nagasi, right? His name was like Ravelli Nagasi. Pravi Nagasi. He's Pravi Nagasi. Cool. Pravi Nagasi. Done. Then he has 2 kids. Ori. Ori is one of them. That's Neil Patrick Harris. No, wait, it's the other one. Ori Nagasi. And how would we know his other kid's name? Koi. Ori and Koi. So we've got Koi Nagasi. Very cool. Then this rotor has got a bunch of people's names on it, right? We've got QR. Q. We've got GN. G. We've got KN. That's Koi Nagasi. PN. That's Pravi Nagasi. Or it could be Prenzi Nosy. Maybe Priya Nagasi doesn't do duties. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. This guy has laid the table. Therefore, they were on cooking duty today. And today is... Also, what do they eat on their day of rest? Do we know what day it is? No. No, we don't. We don't know which day it is. Kwanzaa was laying the table this morning. Kwanzaa was laying the table. Now, I assume the cook also lays the table. So, today is Monday. I'm not sure how that helps us, but at least we know today is Monday. And we also know that this person is Kwanzaa, I guess. Yeah, this is Kwanzaa. Cool. You're Kwanzaa, Rafeli or Ralo. Could be either. But I think they're referring to people by last name. Because there's nobody with a T for a first name, right? There's nobody with a T for a first name. Which means it's Rafeli. It's Kwanzaa Rafeli. Cool. Now, who's the doctor? We know that from the medical thing. Jolene Prenzi. Jolene Prenzi is the doctor. Cool. So we can put them in the done list. Then what about this guy? Was the homeopathic medicine prescribed? Raylo Krish. Good. That also confirms my theory about the R's. Raylo Krish. Excellent. So then we've got 2 people left. Who are Gresto and I think it's Arnia Tranta and Gresto Nosy. Let's just verify that, but I think that's what I saw. ATGN. But we don't know which is which. We don't know which is which. This guy's Gresto. Okay. So he's Gresto Nosy, which makes her Ania Tranta. But I don't like process of elimination. Do you reckon there's any evidence anywhere? I threw up. I think process of elimination is how you solve that one. I mean, you could say it has to be AT. Cool. Awesome. Now the seats. The closer to the first sentinel's end of the table, they have the honor of sitting. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we don't know which end is their end. Which is probably where the leftovers come in. The longer they've been here, that means we're going to have to learn how long they've been here as well. They're eating the same thing, which is interesting. She arrived, Kwanzaa arrived days before the second proclamation. Okay. And Kwanzaa... Well, they're twins, right? So they would sit at the same spacing. And she would have arrived before the twins, because they're her kids. But we don't know which of these would have sat where. Except that one of them is left-handed and one of them is right-handed. Right? One of them is left-handed. He's left-handed. So he... would have sat there. No, he would have sat there. He would have sat there. He would have sat there. So we've got 3 members left. The mother... I'm assuming this guy's been here for ages. I would like evidence of that. But it stands to reason that these two kind of started the cult together. Also, what the hell does this mean? But I'm assuming they started the cult together. They both have weird tattoos on their head. Which would mean that he would be next. Then it'd be his lover, which I assume is her. No, it's her. Kwanzaa. And then she must be last. Oh, I'm so good. Sometimes. I would have liked evidence that Anya was last to arrive. I sure would have liked evidence that Anya was last to arrive. Which recipes caused sickness and which didn't? Interesting. Well, We know that the wild mix caused sickness. And he was sick. And she was sick. I think. Or was she sick? Yeah, she was sick. So she was sick. He was sick. No. He was sick. What was everyone else eating? Well, we know Earth mix is safe. My memory is so poor. That's not even the guy I thought it was. I thought that was the homeopathic guy. But it's not. It's this guy. And you can tell he's been here for ages because he's been the scribe of 28 years. And it was their 25th birthday. So you know that he's been here longer than them. Okay, cool. Which means that he got sick, which means whatever that is. But they didn't get sick, right? They didn't get sick. But they ate the same thing he did. These two got sick. I don't even know what he's having. I guess that's fresh mix. Yeah, that's fresh mix. So that caused them to get sick. And wild mix caused them to get sick. But I'm very confused as to how this person didn't get sick when they had the same thing that he had. I felt sick after dinner last night. The same thing happened to me. I wonder why only us two were affected. But anyway, what must have been contaminated? Well, the coriander seeds. I think the coriander seeds were contaminated. Because wild mix made the guy sick. Mild mix made the guy sick. Fresh mix uses ground stuff. And I bet when they ground the coriander seeds, they didn't clean it before grinding the mushroom seeds. So I think it was the coriander seeds, which are those. 2 or fewer incorrect. Poop. Okay, so it's actually 2 that are incorrect. Maybe Wild Mix isn't contaminated. Because they only got slightly sick. Whereas the chief guy straight up died from it. Which would mean it was the grinder that was contaminated. Which answers my question about how they didn't get sick. But that means he got sick for some other reason. Because the grinder was used explicitly for poisoning this guy. If we go out here... First up, I'm not sure why his belly was shaved. But... they only cleaned the equipment in water. Whereas... this guy... says it has to be washed in pure alcohol. So they were making something to kill him. They used the grinder. And they only washed it with water. So they got slightly contaminated, but not as badly. Cool. That makes sense. Goat. The goat died because someone... well, they ground it into a paste. They ground something into a paste using the mortar and pestle and then put it on the goat's belly. That was their test. So it was an assassination. It was straight up an assassination. But what did they grind into a paste? What did they grind into a paste? What did they grind? What did they grind? It was the chief. Not the chief. It was the medicine man. That's why he doesn't want an autopsy. It was the medicine man. Although he would have diluted it. So maybe it wasn't the medicine man. What would they have ground into a paste? And why? Why would they have done it? Only took 7 minutes to reach stage 1 and another 15 for the full effect. So it really feels like it was an assassination. And it was probably the newest member of the tribe who did it. But the newest member of the tribe got poisoned. And they would know. They would know, right? What these symptoms were, so they probably wouldn't bring it up. So what did they grind into a paste? Something that could have contaminated the mortar and pestle. Homeopathic solution 104. Moondrift. I'm not sure what you would have ground into a paste. Why is there a rubber glove here? Oh look, the fish all foamed as well because he cleaned it. Oh, that makes sense. The fish all died. I feel like he crushed the flowers into a paste. Maybe they're petals. He crushed their petals into a paste. Which would be Moondrift? Oh, I'm so good. Okay. Pravi Nagasi died of something because someone put Moondrift paste in the No, we don't know enough. What did they do with the Moondrift paste? What did they do with the Moondrift paste? They put it in his burn ointment, I think. I suspect they put it in his burn ointment. But why? They put it in the moisturizer, right? But why would they put Moondrift? the moisturizer. Pretty sure that's what happened. But I don't know what he died of. Moondrift poisoning? Yeah, that makes sense. I just don't know why they put Moondrift paste in the moisturizer. Okay. On Saturday, someone announced that he would something. Reveal a message. But what was the message? Did he announce that he would live forever? He announced that he would live forever. Pravi Nagasi announced he would live forever. Because he inscribed it, right? November 24th, 1940. And we know that the first sickness arrived November 10th, 1940. Okay, so he announced he would live forever. Later on, whilst on blank duty, someone took a something to the something for a something. After it was done, someone something the something in the something, but not with something. Washed the mortar and pestle in the river. In the pond, but not with alcohol. Therefore, when the mortar and pestle was used to prepare Sunday's dinner, it made people sick. That night, Pravi Nagasi used the moisturizer, leading to his death. Now, who did it? Later on, while on blank duty, someone took a blank to the blank for a blank. Whilst on something duty, someone took a blank to the blank for a blank. Well, Saturday. Whilst on water collection duty, GN, QR. Now I said that the most recent person was probably the one who wanted to kill him, right? The most recent person is Anya Tranter. Anya Tranter. What was Anya Tranter doing on Saturday? Cooking. So Anya Tranter took a something to the pond for a test. I highly doubt it's mortar and pestle. After it was done, Anya Tranter washed the mortar and pestle. Incorrect. Yeah, I thought so. Just doesn't seem right. Taking a mortar and pestle to the pond for a test is a bit weird. When did the goat go missing? Sunday. He was there when everyone went to bed yesterday. So they took the goat, and they weren't on cooking duty, and it wasn't Anya Tranter. They took the goat whilst on, presumably, overnight watch. So who was on overnight watch duty? KN. Koi Nagasi. Why would he kill his father? Because he wants to be first sentinel. Nah, but he seems legitimately upset. He's actually crying. But Koi Nagasi would have been the guy on overnight watch. So maybe Koi Nagasi did do it? So I guess he was able to cry on demand. Cool. You have solved the scenario. 2 weeks before the first Sentinel's death, Raylo Krish had prescribed a homeopathic moondrift solution to treat the Andipi virus and its main symptom, foamy vomit. Koi theorized that, according to the key principles of homeopathy, the moondrift flower should therefore cause foamy vomit. He wondered if it could be used as a topical poison to kill his father without arousing suspicion, and set about his test. Yeah, it all adds up. It all adds up. Oh, Neil Patrick Harris, you sly dog. Cool. You're listening to MU Today with me, Jarali Poma. Our top story this morning. The King has announced plans to step down from royal duties, following mounting pressure from the clergy and public. In a statement, Tikor Palace said King Ornt would relinquish power to his son, Prince Lutri at an official ceremony on Wednesday. The announcement follows days of unrest, in which crowds have taken to the streets to protest the king's recent solstice speech, which centered around plans to westernize Lemuria. Ascension. A secret is unearthed at Koi's temple. Koi? Koi Nagasi? Maybe. That's it. That explains the discrepancy. I'm gonna have to talk to him about this. It has to stop. An inhaler. A picture. See all these planters down there? They're going on the stairs, a row on each side. That's your job for this afternoon. You can carry on with the roof runs tomorrow. Foreman, I need to borrow Betsy again. Treat your boys to lunch at the new pub in town today. On me. Take your time. Keep the change. Koi. So it is the murdering son. Flower pots on stairs. I'm on it. Leftovers in a foil swan. I wouldn't be eating no leftovers. Not from this place. LAF. Lumerian Air Force? Dump truck. Waterfall proclamations. Oh, you got rid of the old ones. January 3rd, 1941. Sincere gifts are to be distinguished from donations. First Sentinels may permit the former. A First Sentinel need only relinquish all material possessions and wealth once in his lifetime. From then on, he may keep whatever the universe bestows upon him, provided it's for the benefit of all. January 3rd, 1941. Damn, that was 2 proclamations in one day. First Sentinel Pravi Nagasi will live forever through his favourite son, Koi. August 2nd, 1945. First Sentinel Koi Nagasi must spread his love to his female followers, who are to embrace this honour. Oh, Koi, you sly dog. Excavator. And that's the old tablet. So he totally changed the cult. Wait, can he fly? He really is the chosen one. Unbelievable. This changes everything. Your new name is Sarida Shona, meaning independent one. Wonder why hers is red. Incredible. Your new name is Tessa Navari, meaning naive one. Tessa Navari. She was from the main game. I'm pretty sure she was super evil in the main game. Amazing! What an honor it is to witness this. Your new name is Nali Zarati, meaning coddled one. Astonishing. His mind and body must be in perfect sync with the universe. I bet he's using the golden idol to do it. Your new name is Fess Ralaki, meaning wise one. Cool. Okay, I'm not sure why some of these are red. Sounds of chanting and drumming are blasting from the speakers. The idol. It's not the real idol, though. I know the real idol when I see it. Keys. Laris. Interesting. Congratulations, Dedicants! Today you will all progress to level 9, granting you access to some of Lemuria's most ancient knowledge. The process will begin with a demonstration. While in a deep trance, I will activate this ancient relic with my mind, and you shall witness its miraculous powers. Tell no one what you see, for they're not yet ready. Afterwards, you will renounce your old life and embrace your new name, which the universe has chosen for you. Let us begin. Cool, so he's conning them, presumably. Is there nowhere else for me to go? Ah, time of day. Time of day. Cool. Someone... Did they crash that? Once this is done, I can finally rest. You'll need this when you get there. Dispose of this note once you're done. He's got another set of keys. They've all got different symbols on them, which is interesting. JP has permission to leave the compound walls until 11 PM. Signed, KN. Last night, I was once again haunted by my dark secret in my sleep. Will this recurring nightmare never cease? As so often before, my father's spectre entered my room when darkness fell. He lifted a finger to his lips and whispered, "You will pay for what you did to me. A life for a life." Who's this guy? Laris. Oh, so it's his car keys. I thought it was like a cool project. Bellator. It's his other car keys. I thought that was for a cool project as well. Cool. Wait, I missed one. Mech. Cool. Encyclopedias. V is missing. This V is supposed to be here. Very clever game. Can't catch me out. A dead bird. Ori's camp? That snake. Say, it's freezing in here. Do you mind if I close the window? Ori was his brother, right? Maybe they split and turned into two cults. That'd be cool. Okay. That's not the real idol. Furniture expenses. 1 birdcage plus cover. 200. 1 times run a rug. 500. 1 times run a rug. 500. Cool. Being so perceptive, I expect you already know that our comrade has sadly left for Ori's camp. Never struck me as the type, to be honest. He's missing some keys. He's got the screwed up plan. Helen Martin, desperate to shake Mummy and Daddy's little princess image, responds to flattery. Lizzie Young, strong thirst for knowledge, liable to stop donating if she thinks she's learned everything. Nina Lavelle, fears appealing foolish, easy to manipulate through validation. Maggie Carter, wants to prove she can handle herself, Seeks to impress when subtly undermined. Cool. Gresto Nosy. Father's scribe since the beginning. Strong believer. Good to have in inner circle. Just don't let him overstep his bounds. Has been showing signs of doubt lately. Keep an eye on him. Jamati Pira. Reliable ever since he showed up here. Had opportunity to turn on me early on, but proved his loyalty and worth that day. Not too bright, but useful servant. Does as told, no questions asked. Cool. Right. Names. Well, we know that he is Koi Nagase. He looks awfully familiar. He's the scribe, right? He's the scribe. Gresto thingamajig. Gresto Nosy. And this guy, I don't really know his name. We can figure out the ladies' names quite easily. So, Helen Martin responds to flattery. Either the wise one or the independent one. Lizzie Young. Almost certainly the naive one. Because they don't want her to learn everything. So, Lizzie Young is Tessa Navari. Independent one, Sarida Shona, wants to prove she can handle herself. Seeks to impress when subtly undermined. Coddled one. Nina Lavelle, fears appealing foolish, easy to manipulate through validation. So she would be the wise one. Nina Lavelle. Coddled one. Yeah, independent one is Helen Martin. Desperate to shake Mummy and Daddy's little princess image, responds to flattery. So, Helen Martin is the independent one. It's basically the opposite of what they all are, eh? And coddled one is the one who wants to prove she can handle herself. Yeah. Maggie Carter. And then who the crap is this guy? I guess it's the new kid on the block, right? Jamati Pira. Yeah. Jamati Pira. Nice. I'm killing it. Events. Let's go back in time. This guy discovered something. Gresto Nosy discovered that someone was being something by a something in a something. That explains the discrepancy. Blackmailed? Was he being blackmailed? Haunted? No. Why has he got this? This is a map of the area. That explains the discrepancy. Discovered that someone was being something by a something in a something. Something in a secret... No, in a recurring nightmare. Who was being haunted by the nightmare? Was it this guy? Oh, this isn't his diary. He stole the diary. He took the diary, which explains that encyclopedia discrepancy. And this guy figured it out. This guy figured it out. Whoa. Why did that become massive? Why did you become massive? It's not double click. Who knows? Or did he take that off the other guy? I think he took it off the other guy. So he discovered that Koi Nagase was being haunted by a secret in a recurring nightmare. He wasn't being haunted by a fire extinguisher. I'm pretty sure he was being haunted by a secret in a recurring nightmare. When confronted about this, Koi Nagase first did something, then someone, something, something with the something. Afterwards, the only person giving out orders is Koi Nagase. I assume they killed him, ordered that the body be disposed of by this guy who will willingly do everything. Jamati Pira will willingly do anything, right? And that's what he's doing in the night. So, what did Koinagasi do? When confronted, he... he struck him with a something. We need to look. I assume he confronted him in here. The fire extinguisher's dented. He struck him with a fire extinguisher. He struck poor Gresto Nosy. Who was nosy. Almost too nosy. He struck him with a fire extinguisher. Then, someone did something to something with the something. Did he blast him? With the idol? Did he blast him with the idol? No, because I'm pretty sure the idol isn't real. There's no real evidence of what he did afterwards. There's no real evidence of what he did afterwards. Unless he did something and then he struck him with the fire extinguisher. But how would we know that? The bird is dead. The bird is dead. I'm not really sure what that tells us. What does the bird being dead tell us? It's empty. I think he blasted him with it and then struck him with it. It'd make more sense than the other way around. Although it could be the other way around. But he probably blasted him then struck him. Probably. What? But that all seems totally true. That all seems like super true. Like, really true. I'm pretty sure he... Thing is, right, he did use the fire extinguisher because it's empty and its cord's been cut, and then he did strike him with it because it's dented. So you know, Does that imply that I got something else wrong? I guess maybe he didn't discover that he was haunted by a secret and a recurring nightmare? That's the only thing we really learn. That's the only thing we really learn. So what are we missing? Thing is, right? Haunted by a secret and a recurring nightmare. What discrepancy is he talking about? It has to stop. That explains the discrepancy. The discrepancy. Which discrepancy? And what does this have to do with everything? Because he's got it all scrumpled up. So maybe he didn't learn about the secret. But then what else would he have learnt about? The secret room. He was being lifted by something in a secret room. No? In a secret room. Okay. He wasn't lifted by an idol. That'd be bad English. He was being lifted by a... Well, he wouldn't even know about it. He was lifted by a secret in a secret room. He was lifted by a... None of these make sense apart from idol. Which is bad English. He was being something by a something in a secret room. But if I just make these be anything random. Banished by a bottle in a secret room. 2 or fewer incorrect. So he was being something by a something in a secret room. He was being lifted by a idol in a secret room. That's still 2 or fewer are incorrect. But if I change that, it remains 2 or fewer now. Which means one of these is correct. And I'm pretty sure it's lifted that's correct. We can tell that by doing that and then doing that. And now 2 or fewer are incorrect. Which means he's definitely being lifted. But lifted by a what in a secret room? Lifted by a forklift in a secret room? Lifted by a mind in a secret room? Lifted by a window in a secret room? None of these make sense apart from idle. You know? None of these make sense apart from idle. Yeah. Incorrect, right? So I make that secret. 2 or fewer, incorrect. Lifted. Now 2 or fewer are still incorrect. And if I change that, now 3 or fewer are incorrect. 2 or fewer are incorrect. 1 or fewer is incorrect. What's incorrect? What is incorrect? I feel like it has to be idle that's incorrect. Because it should be an idle. Let's say we make it dump truck, lifted by a dump truck in a secret room, right? Then if we swap out one of these, 2 or fewer incorrect. Which means it's definitely not idle. Lifted by a what though? Lifted by a forklift? No. What? No way is he being lifted by a forklift in a secret room. Hang on, we're going to have to go back and check that. You've solved the scenario! When Gresto revealed he'd figured out how Koi's levitation trick worked, Koi feared Gresto might expose him as a fraud. Knowing Gresto to be asthmatic, Koi blasted him in the face with carbon dioxide, killing his own pet bird in the crossfire. With Gresto debilitated and gasping for air, Koi bludgeoned him over the head with a heavy fire extinguisher, killing him instantly. Rip that guy. Now let's go back in there for a sec. Because riddle me this. Where's the forklift? Is the claim that it's behind the curtain? Because I find that hard to believe. However, the discrepancy might be the amount of windows. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the speakers. But there's 5 windows. Yeah. Okay. I'll allow it, game. I'll allow it. But I still don't think it'd work. Surely you'd hear the forklift. Every time we went up and down, you'd hear... and it'd be super obvious. Unless that's why there's speakers blasting loud music. But even then, I think you'd hear it. Or if you looked at him from a slight angle. I don't know. I don't buy his forklift trick, that's what I'm saying. Noble citizens of Lemuria. My father has brought great shame on the Manzek family. I assure you, my vision for this fine country bears no relation to his. To demonstrate my commitment to our ancient traditions, my first act as king shall be to appoint none other than First Sentinel Pravi Nagasi, he who has fulfilled the ancient prophecy, to the position of Royal Spiritual Advisor. In this role, First Sentinel Nagasi shall have access to me in a way few others are permitted. Twice a year, before each solstice, he shall meet with me privately to help shape the path I lay out for our nation over the following period. From this day forth, no monarch shall be without his or her spiritual advisor, always the first sentinel of the day. Let us never forget our spiritual roots, for we are not Westerners, but proud Lemurians. And that is why the first sentinel helped to kill the king. Makes sense? Cool. Revelation. Ori receives a haunting message. Oh, so this is the brother. Cool. Yes, Blessed One. I've heard your words and recorded them faithfully. I will relay them to my dedicants immediately, imminently. By your command, it shall be done on the date you have given me. There's his words. Oh, cool. Are we going to get to translate stuff? First Sentinels only. This really rings a bell. So in the first game, Case of the Golden Idol, there was a DLC that was set in... I think it was set in Lemuria. And there was a giant statue that the people would listen to. And there was actually someone inside pulling the knobs. It was kind of like Wizard of Oz. And this looks very similar to it, which is cool. Jeez, what the hell? This guy's cult is way weirder. Unless they're the guys giving the message. So ends today's reading of the scripture. Now prepare yourselves, for First Sentinel Ori shall soon return, bearing the waterfall's divine proclamation. Until that blessed moment, let us pray the wisdom our master brings will illuminate our path and strengthen our faith. No, so this really is his cult. Also, is that not his mother? Pravi, the temple and the waterfall. Oh, this is the poster that the guy had. This is the poster he had on his wall. Cool. Let's see. The first proclamation had something to do with sinners. I'm sure the second one was about dedicants and their money. The third mentioned not endangering someone. The fourth involved not leaving. And the fifth mentioned a virus. No, no, no. I'm going to miss Master Ori's grand revelation if I can't figure these out soon. His words shape our very purpose. Yeah. Cool. We're so lucky to serve the one true chosen leader. How could such a perfect figure be brothers with that blasphemous fool, Koi? I can't wait to hear what the waterfall told Master Ori. I wish I could hear its voice too. Yeah, they're having goblin children. You must help your mother. Lion did hinder his mother. Waterfall did kill Lion. Tortoise did help his mother. Waterfall did reward Tortoise. So it's in the past. That's the future. Oh, I love games where you have to figure out languages. I love it so much. It's like one of my favorite things. Okay. So. Are any of these symbols here? Not really. But that is what Pravi Thingy used to have tattooed on his head. That's what Pravi used to have on his head. Pravi did something. Pravi. Yeah, that's Pravi, I think. I'm pretty sure that's Ori. Because he has that on his head, right? Yeah. Pretty sure that's Ori. As for the others, First Sentinels only. Pravi, Ori, Koi. I assume that's Koi? But then what would that be? What would the house be? Fourth involved not leaving. What on earth would the house be? Temple? Oh, I'm so good. Cool. Gospel. Pravi. Temple. Pravi. What's a temple with an X through it? What would the opposite of a temple be? Need to have a look at this children's book teaching them the language. You must help your mother. You did hinder your mother. His mother. So let's merge those two together. Lion, mother. Your mother. So mother is actually this part on top of this, and I assume if the bar was on the other side, it would be father. That would make sense. Yeah. We could maybe do this one. Kill, right? The opposite of kill, which is in the list, protect. Or did not kill. Fire did not kill Pravi. That would make sense. So then that would be fire. Waterfall. Let's just go through these. Waterfall did something to fire. Waterfall did extinguish fire. Fire did burn. Fire did burn temple. Waterfall did extinguish fire. Fire did burn Pravi. Fire did not kill Pravi. Yeah. Oh, I love language stuff. It's so cool. But then the first one, Pravi... did not worship? Is that a possibility? No. We need to figure out what this symbol is. It's not anywhere in here. It's not anywhere in here. Kind of awkward, honestly. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Pravi... did not. It's almost certainly like Pravi didn't do something. So the fire burnt it down. And then the waterfall saved him. Pravi... and that's like... don't know. I don't know what this start could be. I've got no knowledge about this symbol. No knowledge about the symbol at all. Can't even infer it based off these symbols. Not really. And it's not here. We need to know what the middle symbol is, or the right hand symbol. If we can get one, we can probably figure out the others. And this is just what we're trying to solve. $15.94. No idea what this symbol with an X through it could mean. No idea. Pravi did not protect. Monument. Yeah, I figured that was gonna be wrong. Pravi did pray. Monument. Okay. Pravi. There has to be a way to figure this out. I don't like trial and error stuff. Oh look, it's right there. No, but we need it with an X. We need it with an X through it. But there's nothing anywhere with an X through it. Like, even if there was another word that had an X through it, I'd be like, oh yeah, cool. But there aren't any other words with X's through them. To learn what an X through them means. It's rough. It's really rough. It's really, really rough. He was getting punished, right? Presumably. Or he made a mistake. I mean, it could be inside temple. Pravi did pray inside temple. So it's espousing the values of prayer, is what this is doing. Cool. Now this one has got a lot of symbols we don't know. But we know it's koi. We know it's burn. We know it's koi. No, not koi. It's not koi. It's not koi. It's ori. Ori. Ori's temple, I assume. Ori. That is... will not, right? Will not kill. Because the arrow's going forwards. Something will not kill Ori. So what could that symbol mean? You? No, it's not you. That's reward. The star is reward. Not reward. Ori will not reward sinners? That's probably sinners. That's will burn. Dedicants will burn your money. Dedicants' money. Dedicants will burn Dedicants' money. Dedicants... something Ori. I think that's will not. Actually, I think that's will punish. Ori will punish sinners. Dedicants will burn Dedicants' money. Dedicants will not. Something Ori. We don't know what that symbol means. Dedicants will not. It might be must not. I don't know what the difference is between must not and will not. I mean, don't they mean the same thing? Except these are proclamations, so instead of will and will not, it's probably must. If they're proclamations, I think it's reasonable that they're must and must not. Dedicants must not leave Ori's temple. Dedicants must not... I feel like it's in danger, but... I don't really have any evidence of that. And then someone must not kill Ori. It's not you. It's not fire. I don't think we've seen that symbol anywhere. The fifth mentioned a virus. Sold. Virus must not kill Ori. Or will not, but probably must not. Oh, I'm so good! Am I not great? You sure are, Callum? Yeah. And then the waterfall. Virus. Did not kill your father. Your brother killed your father? Yeah, because it's sister or brother. And it's your because there's a dot underneath it. Your brother killed. Your brother did kill your father. You will go to enter. You will enter Koi's temple. Koi will enter Koi's temple. Your followers will burn Koi's temple. Koi's followers will burn Koi's temple. I don't know if they will. That doesn't seem likely. Fire will not burn you. Waterfall will protect you. Fire will kill your brother. If this is all right, I am officially a god. Well, I can still unofficially be a god. Look, I feel like that's all correct. It might be must instead of will. It might be decrees from the waterfall. It might be must if it's decrees. Nice. It's the old what's a decree versus what's a statement of reassurance. Cool. You solved the scenario. Ori received a message from the waterfall that revealed Koi's dark secret and instructed him to see that both brothers took part in a deadly ordeal. Ooh. Shastai, Danisi, and the amazing flying boy. Blasphemers brought to justice. A pair of magicians who spread malicious lies about the blessed waterfall have been executed under new blasphemy laws. At a public cinema screening yesterday, husband and wife, Shastai and Danisi Akai, were overheard questioning the veracity of the miracle that saved Pravi Nagasi. Today, both are found guilty of spreading misinformation before being swiftly beheaded. The ruling and sentencing were given by His Majesty King Lutri Manzek, with guidance from his spiritual advisors, First Sentinels Koi and Ori Nagazi. Wait, so they're both his spiritual advisor. I guess that makes sense. Lemurians love Lutri. King Lutri's public approval ratings are at an all-time high, thanks largely to his firm religious stance, new polling suggests. Yeah, but you can't really trust new polling, can you? Oh, is it the last one for this chapter? For this DLC? Cool. I love this game so much. Blaze of Glory! A victor rises from the ashes. I bet Koi won. The good guy never wins in these games. Hey look, it's the guy. Hang on, Many. I'm still struggling to keep up with the victory speech. Before that started, I didn't have time to finish the minutes. My fingers are gonna fall off at this rate. Please bear with me. I'm still not entirely sure what just happened, but I'll do my best to recount everything. This morning, as I prayed in the study, I entered a deep trance and lost all sense of time and space. When my consciousness returned to this earthly plane, I found myself surrounded by fire and smoke, yet I felt no pain. Instead, I heard the voice of our beloved waterfall. It said, "Fear not, child of the universe, for this is your destiny." This experience has given me a whole new perspective on life. As such, Okay. First, the Master of Ceremonies called the trial to order. 2. Zira Legstoy and Nali Zarati searched the participants, shackled them together in the prayer hall, and returned the keys to the Master of Ceremonies. 3. Kwanzaa Rafeli and Tessa Navari ensured all exits were locked, as well as blocked by at least one follower from each camp. The king's soldiers also assumed their positions. 4. Annie Atranta and Fezrik Larki handed out Molotov cocktails to all followers from both camps and saw they were thrown through every window in unison. The fire was allowed to rage for several hours until it finally died down by itself. 6. Victor declared as blank. He's got a government badge. They bought a bunch of fire extinguishers. So I thought they were going to do this in secret. It looks like it was like a government organized thing. How can this be? We can't deny the Blessed Waterfall's choice. It's truly a miracle. He's got 2 keys. A government badge. First Sentinel, Ori Nagasi, has challenged his brother, First Sentinel Koi Nagasi, to a trial by ordeal. Koi has accepted the challenge. Both men will be locked inside Koi's temple, shackled to one another at the hands and feet. The building will be set ablaze by their dedicants, who will guard all possible exits, alongside soldiers from King Lutri Manzek's royal army. The Blessed Waterfall will surely protect he who's worthy of his position, leaving he who's undeserving to perish. So it really was like a royally authorized thing. That's crazy. I thought they were just going to sneak up there and do it. Prior to today's trial, Ori and Koi Nagasi chose their respective overseers as follows. Restraint, Zira Legstoy and Jamati Pira. Exitway, Kwanzaa Rafeli and Tessa Navari. Ignition, Annie Atranta and Fes Ralaki. Restraint overseers to secure shackles. Exitway overseers to ensure all exits blocked. Ignition overseers to start fire. I assume one of the restraint overseers was corrupt. Probably Zira Legstoy. That's my guess. Hey scribe, take down this message discreetly and have it delivered to King Lutri at once. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that today's trial has not gone to plan. Our insider could not be found this morning, but we saw no way to halt proceedings without arousing suspicion. Now the trial has ended. The spectators have accepted their new sole first sentinel. But who was it? Approved. Strictly confidential. Advisory report. Trial by ordeal. The Royal Council has reviewed First Sentinel Ori Nagasi's challenge to his brother Koi. Several council members initially raised concerns about the possibility of Ori becoming the sole First Sentinel, should Koi perish. Without Koi's limiting influence, they argued, Ori's predictable nature could render him difficult to control. As First Sentinels are among the few afforded the privilege of holding private counsel with His Majesty, maintaining stability in the role is paramount. Favoured party was contacted discreetly to confirm that he had a plan to ensure his survival. His plan satisfies our conditions, and his accomplice has passed our clearance checks. We've provided the spare for handover. Therefore, His Majesty King Lutri Manzek has authorized the trial by ordeal. So what? They're okay with Koi being the lone sentinel, but not his brother? That's a bit whack. Copy. Strictly confidential. Copy of brother's correspondence provided by Koi. K. You always were a few rungs short of a full ladder. Why on earth would I accept such a challenge? Get stuffed. Oh. So you admit you couldn't possibly win? Then you should renounce your title, or have you no shame whatsoever? K. I've changed my mind. I now realise there's no chance of me losing, so why shouldn't I take this opportunity to double my following? Before long, I'll be living better than ever, off your dedicants' donations. What a pity you won't be around to see it. Oh. That settles it. My dedicants and I will show up at your temple on the date given to me by Waterfall. You'll receive no advance notice. I don't want you preparing any of your tricks. Even the palace will not know when the trial is to take place until I inform them on the day itself. K. So dramatic. Fine. I'll be here, ready and waiting. So I guess O did win. Because they seem really miffed at the winner. And they wanted Koi to win. That's pretty cool. This experience has given me a whole new perspective on life. As such, my first act will be to put an end to donations and punishment. After that, I would like to live out the rest of my days in solitude, though I will always be with you in spirit. He's got a symbol on his hand. He was trying to open the door, but it was too hot. Interesting. Oh, it's a trapdoor. A belt. Spiritual and elegant. First Sentinel Koi Nagasi says, asceticism needn't be austere. 1. Famous symbol of Koi. 2. Palladium necklace. Palladium jewelry is more expensive than platinum because it's harder to make. 3. Hand-woven mantle decorated with traditional Lemurian pattern. 4. Black pearl bracelet once belonged to Lankan Raja family. 5. Silk garment was custom made in Louis Bernard fashion house. 6. 7-headed serpent tattoo circling palm and back of right hand. Donate to Koi's charitable foundation and get one as a sign of your generosity. Oh, maybe his hands didn't burn. Maybe it's just his 7-headed serpent tattoo. Seven. Model 40823. Platinum watch from Brott Simon's latest collection. Nah, I don't think that is his serpent thing. I'm pretty sure that's him burning his hand on the door, right? Like in Home Alone. I'm pretty sure it is. To think, they nearly left you there. You're coming with me. An idol. A golden idol. Ooh. Waterfall proclamations. Yeah, we already know these. They're the OG proclamations. And they're the new ones. We might have to solve these events before it opens up and gives us the other spots. Okay, we know Koi Nagasi, no, Ori Nagasi challenged Koi Nagasi to a trial by ordeal. Koi Nagasi accepted, thinking he could win if he entered a bunker, unlocked his shackles, if he received a key from who was his second? Was it Kwanzaa Rafeli? I think it was Kwanzaa Rafeli. No, it's Zera Legstoy. So he thought he could win if he got a key from Zera Legstoy, unlocked his shackles, and entered a bunker. Before proceedings began, someone somethinged the key, and then somethinged it with a something. As a result, only Ori Nagasi survived. So, before proceedings began, what do we know about what before proceedings began? We know he had the key. Was it Jamati Pira who got a key? Hey look, there's 2 keys. So they must have made a copy of a key. Before proceedings began, someone somethinged the key and then somethinged it with a something. I would say like swapped it with a fake, but well, they're not really options. What's the belt got to do with everything? Not a lot, really. Someone did something with the key. They stole the key. And then locked it with a belt. Did they lock the entrance here with a belt? Maybe. Entered the bunker. Entered the bunker and locked it with a belt. But who did it before proceedings began? Ori? No. And that's super wrong. Ori definitely challenged Koi. Koi accepted, thinking if he received a key from Zera, unlocked his shackles, and entered the bunker. Yeah. But before proceedings began, someone entered the bunker and locked it with a bell. I'm pretty sure that's true. Pretty damn sure that's true. Maybe that is... No, that's not his serpent tattoo. Look, you can see his burnt flesh. I'm pretty sure they locked it with the belt, right? Pretty damn sure. And it had to have been Ori Nagase who did it. Because he was the only one in there. This all looks super correct. It all looks super correct. So what's wrong about it? What is wrong about it? I don't know. Hey look, there's the forklift that he uses to scam his levitation. And why does it let us look at this? Maybe for later. And how did he get a key? I guess he took it off his brother? He stole the key? And then... But then and then, none of these make sense. The locking the bunker with a belt makes sense, because we could see a belt at the bunker. Yeah. He could win if he received a key from Zero Legs Story. Interesting. His accomplices passed clearance checks. We provided the spare for handover. Yeah, the spare key. The spare key. Exactly, and his accomplice is Zero Legs Toy. Because Zero Legs Toy. Oh no, wrong person. Jamati Pira. Jamati Pira was his accomplice. Two or fewer incorrect. Maybe someone else entered the bunker? His accomplice entered the bunker. No? Maybe? Have we got two wrong or one wrong? We got two wrong. We've got two wrong. I really think he entered the bunker and locked it with a belt. No. Now she stole the idol, right? Is it possible she went into the bunker and locked it? She is devious. It would explain how she got the idol. Assuming it was in the bunker. Which it would be. Maybe. So maybe Tessa Navari went into the bunker? Is there anyone who's missing a belt? Yeah, it's hard to tell, isn't it? It could be Tessa Navari who went in there to get the idol. No. Who the hell went in there? Who went in there? Who went in there? Who went in there? I would have thought it'd be Zero Legstoy or Ori. I can't think who else it'd be. Or Tessa Navari. But it's not Ori. It's not Legstoy. And it's not Tessa Navari. Now you would think you'd find it out by finding someone who's missing a belt. Unless he was betrayed by his own people. That doesn't seem likely. That doesn't seem likely at all. But if he was... then it'd have to be Jamati Pira. But she was checked by the government and proven to be legit. So I find it hard to believe. She was checked by the government. No, it is her. But she passed the government checks. His accomplice passed the clearance checks. Interesting. Okay. So that means... that means one thing is wrong. Ori Nagase definitely challenged Koi Nagase. Koi Nagase definitely accepted, thinking he could win if he received a key from Jamari Pira. The problem is that Pira seemingly betrayed him, unlocked his shackles with it, and entered a bunker. Totally. But before proceedings began, Jamari Pira entered the bunker, then locked it with a belt. Totally. As a result, only Ori Nagase survived. Totally. Unless only Jamati Pira survived. And this is someone pretending to be the dude. But I don't think you could keep up that ruse. I don't think you could keep up that ruse. How would you keep up that ruse? Surely once your hair grows back... people are going to be like, why were you still in there? That's pretty cool, though. Oh, this is when he was disposing of the body of that one guy. Koi really has a sick mind, choosing this of all places. Although, I suppose no one will ever disturb the sacred ground here. Hang on a second. You'll need this when you get there. I assume that's to get through the door. That's the diary. That's his permission to leave. Maybe he didn't need it to get through the door. Unless that's numbers. 15... 94, but no. Interesting. Miracle at the waterfall. Suddenly, fire rages through the temple. Will Pravi survive? But then a mighty wind howls from the east. The blessed waterfall is redirected. A miracle. Pravi is saved. The prophecy is fulfilled. A first sentinel reborn. Could this really have been the result of a miracle wind, like they say? Something about the footage seems off. A ticket stub. Some money. To honor the death of first sentinel Pravi Nagasi, the classic Miracle at the Waterfall will be showing all week at the Lagoon Theatre. Witness the first miracle ever to be captured on film. Real footage of the divine moment that gave rise to the first true sentinel. An ancient prophecy fulfilled. After the inferno, only one shall rise, bearing the mark of the universe. Cool. Maybe it was. What else could explain the water's trajectory? If only we had a better viewing angle. Yeah. Got playing cards. Hello, darling. Thank you for the wonderful photographs. What a handsome young man my grandson's become. How lucky he is to have inherited such a strong set of features from you and Shastai. Give my love to the family. Daddy. Oh, are these those two people who got executed? I think these are the two people from the news report who got executed for blasphemy. How dare they doubt the blessed waterfall, and in public? As soon as this ends, I'm reporting them to the king's guards. Yeah. Poor guys. Timeline. Okay. Order these events chronologically. Trial by fire was last, I think. Ori's revelation came just before the trial by fire. Pravi's murder came... Actually, Lutri's murder was after all of that. The cinema screening was after Pravi's death. Koi's miracle was before the burial. Oh, I'm so good! I mean, that was quite easy, but still. Plan. Okay. Jamati Pira knew when to hide in the bunker because someone told someone the trial date. Interesting. Motivated by something, his final goal, which he achieved, was to become First Sentinel. So he was motivated by power. Who told him the trial date? Did he hear it? Did he speak to the waterfall? Maybe he spoke to the waterfall and it told him. Because he's Jara thingy, right? Yeah, he's Jamati Pira. So maybe the waterfall told him. Except the waterfall isn't an option. Who... The waterfall told him the trial date. No? That's interesting because that means I've got 3 things wrong at least. Motivated by... faith? His final goal was to become First Sentinel. Or it was to expose the prophecy. We don't know enough about this guy. We really don't know enough about this guy. We've only seen him twice. We've only seen him twice. We don't know enough about what his motivations would be. Yeah, we've got no intel about his motivations. Or his goals. The only goal he achieved was becoming First Sentinel. Motivated by faith, his final goal, which he achieved, was to... fulfill the prophecy. Yeah? And I do think the waterfall told him the date. Well, what do I know? God, we really don't have much info about this guy. Coy's diaries would not have told him the date. Because Coy didn't know the date. The waterfall could have told him the date. And he's like, hang on a second. What does he mean by hang on a second? And what's that reflecting in his eyes? Looks like mushrooms. Oh, it is mushrooms. Okay. What was your motivation, dude? I'm pretty sure he was like super loyal. If we go back, was he not super loyal? Reliable. Proved his loyalty and worth that day. Does as told, no questions asked. Jamati Pira. I don't think we saw him before. He wasn't here these days, right? No, he wasn't. He was a new convert. And Revelation didn't have anything to do with Jamati Pira. Who the hell told him? Who told him the date? Like, why would Ori Nagasi tell him? He wouldn't. The waterfall would tell him. Unless the waterfall told someone else the trial date. No, I feel like... motivated by... The only goal he achieved was becoming the first Sentinel. That's what he achieved. That's what happened. He also exposed the miracle. He also protected the waterfall. But the main thing he did was become first Sentinel. But we've got no clue as to his motivations whatsoever. No clue as to his motivations. Koi really has a sick mind choosing this of all places. Although I suppose no one will ever disturb the sacred ground here. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Redemption? Was he motivated by redemption? And his final goal... I just don't know anymore. Fulfill the prophecy is the other one it could be. No. And how does this help? There's no useful information here, right? Unless, what's their name? What's their name? What's their name? What is their name? Shastai and Denise Akai. Revenge. Revenge. The Amazing Flying Boy. Was he the Amazing Flying Boy? Was he the Amazing Flying Boy? His final goal was to destroy both of the brothers, right? It was to kill the first Sentinel, but it's plural. Because Jamati Pira would be his new name, not his old name, I assume. Was to expose the prophecy. Was to expose the miracle. Was to debunk the waterfall. Because his parents died for questioning the waterfall, right? What if the waterfall told Koi the trial date, then he read it in Koi's diaries, because we know he likes to read Koi's diaries. I don't know. We don't have enough information about Jamati Pira. Because Koi Nagase told Koi's diaries the trial date. No? I really feel like there's not enough information to go off. Except that he maybe spoke to the waterfall. Not enough information. Maybe he's not the Amazing Flying Boy. He's got big old flat ears. He's got a round nose. He's got freckles. I wish I could see more about that. There's no more information about this guy. There's really no more information about this guy. The murder happened after the trial by fire. His motivation was to kill the king. Uh-huh. That was his final goal. Becoming First Sentinel was just so he could have some alone time with him. Okay. Now, we just need to know how he knew the date. How did he know the date? I doubt Ori Nagase told him. Both of these are wrong. Both of these are wrong. Unless he was motivated by something else. But he was definitely motivated by revenge. Which means... yeah, both of these are wrong. Now I thought the waterfall told him whilst he was there. But that's not true. And then I thought maybe the waterfall told Koi, and Koi wrote it in his diary. But that's not true either. Because... Koi's diaries wouldn't tell him the trial date. Gresto knows he was dead. He couldn't possibly have told him the trial date. Koi Nagase didn't know the trial date. Ori Nagase has no reason to tell him the trial date. Kwanzaa Rafeli has no reason. The king wouldn't have known. Pravi Nagase was dead. Tessa Navari wouldn't have known. Unless it happened on the same day as the old miracle. Unless it happened on the same day as the old miracle. We don't really know when that happened. We don't know when the old miracle happened. The monument told him? No. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Nobody told him. Did someone tell Koi's diaries? No. But nobody would have told anyone else. Nobody would have told anyone else. Only Ori Nagase really knew. And I thought the waterfall might have told him. But it didn't. He's dead. He didn't know. He knew. But he wouldn't have told anyone, right? No. He didn't tell anyone. Kwanzaa Rafeli. It has to be Kwanzaa Rafeli or Tessa Navari. Only members of Ori Nagase's people would have known when it was. And Kwanzaa Rafeli was one of Ori's people. But why would Kwanzaa Rafeli tell Jamati Pira? But I don't think Kwanzaa Rafeli would have known. Am I going to have to resort to a hint for the first time ever? I really don't want to. So I feel like it can't be any of these names. It just can't be. The Golden Idol couldn't have told him it. The first Sentinel is two people, neither of whom would have told him. The monument... wouldn't have told him. The monument wouldn't have told him. The secret room doesn't make sense to have told him. Also, which secret room? Which secret room? The buried secret room. No, that's the bunker. The secret room. The secret room. There is a secret room in the waterfall. That's a fact. But the game hasn't shown us it. I'm gonna have to resort to this hint button. Have you made a typo? No. Have you considered all the evidence? Probably. Have you re-examined all your assumptions? Have I re-examined all my assumptions? Have I re-examined all my assumptions? I feel like I have considered all the evidence. And there's nobody who could have told him the trial date. There's nobody who could have told him the trial date. But the messed up thing is, right? If we do that, and then 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 we do that. That confirms that these three are correct, which we knew. We knew they were correct. And then we do that. We know that's correct. So these two are wrong, right? Which means Gresto Nosy didn't tell him the trial date at all. Nobody told him the trial date. So maybe someone told Koi the trial date. And we can check that by doing that. Somebody told Koi the trial date. Now I thought it'd be the waterfall. Ori Nagase did not tell Koi. So who the hell told him the trial date? The king? Even the palace will not know when the trial is to take place until I inform them on the day. So nobody would have known the trial date. And I thought maybe the waterfall told him it. No. The prophecy wouldn't have told him it. No. The monument wouldn't have told him it. No. Which means none of these would make sense. Unless the golden idol somehow told him it. No. Which means somebody told him it. The king could not have told him it. Because the king wouldn't know till the day. Tessa Navari should not have known it. Correct. Pravi Nagasi is dead. There's no way he could have told him it. Gresto Nosy is dead. There's no way he could have told him it. Which means... it has to be Quanza Raffelli. But it isn't. I really feel like nobody told him the trial date. Nobody told him the stupid trial date. Nobody told him it. They all had no motive. They all had no knowledge. They all had no... What? It's not koi. What? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. But I had it. I had it where one of those two was correct. And now I can't remember what one it was. No! No! Okay. We're gonna have to go through this. That means the one on the left was correct, and I thought... it was the one on the right that was correct. I know it's a bit lame doing this, and you could go, well, if you're doing this, why don't you use the hints? And you know what? That's a valid reason. But the answer is, this is my way of getting a little hint. You know? What? What? Jamati Pira knew when to hide in the bunker because Jamati Pira told someone the trial date. Oh my god! Jamati Pira faked the communication from the waterfall. Hang on. Is there any evidence of that? There's no evidence of that. So, it's Jamati Pira speaking to him right now. How are you supposed to know that? I guess it's literally the final conclusion once you've ruled everyone else out. Once you've ruled everyone else out, that has to be the answer, but you would think there'd be something hinting towards it here. Something subtle like. You know? But all you have is him going, hang on a second. Fair enough. Okay. Jamati Pira wanted to kill Luchi Manzek, Koi Nagasi, and Ori Nagasi because together they had ordered that his parents, Shastai Akai and Denisi Akai, be executed, be burned, or executed. Jamari Patai was able to access the waterfall because Koi Nagasi gave him the code so that Gresto Nosi's body could be buried there. Later, Jamati Pira returned and spoke to Ori Nagasi from behind the waterfall, ordering him to hold a trial by ordeal. Before the trial began, Jamati Pira locked himself inside the bunker, leaving Koi Nagasi and Ori Nagasi to die. All this led to Jamati Pira being appointed First Sentinel, giving him access to the king, right? There's just one little problem with that. Just one. Just a tiny problem with all this. It's a very small problem. And I'm not talking about the fact that there was no implication that he spoke to Ori Nagasi from behind the waterfall. Ignoring that for a sec, because you could probably infer it once you've ruled out all the other options. So, Jamati Pira had to restrain Koi. So, surely then he had to leave, right? Surely once he'd restrained Koi, he had to leave. Specifically, he did have to leave to give this guy the key. So then what? Did he just go back inside? Did he just go back inside? Is there a second entrance to the secret bunker? Because I don't see another exit. That's the only problem I have. canonically, I don't see... Maybe there is another entrance. But you'd think we'd have been shown it at some point. But anyway, that gave him access to Lutri Manzek. 2 or fewer incorrect. But isn't this all correct? Maybe it's executed instead of burned. Although, for the record, I'm pretty sure they did order them to be burned. You've solved the scenario! After his parents' execution, Jamati Pira sought revenge against King Lutri Manzek and his 2 first sentinels, Ori and Koi Nagasi. He joined Koi's following with the aim of obtaining intelligence and access. Before long, he'd gained Koi's trust by using his knowledge of magic to devise ways for Koi to perform miracles. Oh, that makes sense. From there, he bided his time and used his proximity to Koi to uncover more useful information. After Koi gave Jamati access to the waterfall, Jamati spotted the cave behind it. Seeing an opportunity, he formulated his plan. Yeah, it sure would have been nice to get a bit more information about that, but cool. To the airfield, Arnia. Goodbye, Lemuria. I'll never forget you. Little Mermaid. Meanwhile, in Albion. Look what I found over there, Oriel. The golden idol. Uh-huh. Now turn it over. What? Why? Made in Lanka. Oh. It was a fake. A packet of peanuts, please, barkeep. It was a fake. I told you it was a fake. Oh, they were beheaded. They weren't burnt, they were beheaded. I thought they were set on fire to, have it be thematically correct with the thing that they were questioning. That would have been cool. But I guess they just beheaded them. Cool. Nice. So next up, we've got the Age of Restraint, which looks super futuristic. However, we'll be calling it a day there, because, well, we've been going for a while, and I think my struggling on that last one probably implies I should get some sleep. So, hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope it wasn't too painful watching me struggle. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And I will catch you later. Adios.